Section 32 of The Minister's Wooing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Minister's Wooing by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 27. Mrs. Scudder kissed her daughter and left her. After a moment's thought, Mary gathered the long silky folds of hair around her head and knotted them for the night. Then, leaning forward on her toilet table, she folded her hands together and stood regarding the reflection of herself in the mirror. Nothing is capable of more ghostly effect than such a silent, lonely contemplation of that mysterious image of ourselves which seems to look out of an infinite depth in the mirror, as if it were our own soul beckoning to us visibly from unknown regions. Those eyes look into our own with an expression sometimes vaguely sad and inquiring. The face wears weird and tremulous lights and shadows. It asks us mysterious questions and troubles us with the suggestions of our relations to some dim unknown. The sad blue eyes that gazed into Mary's had that look of calm initiation, of melancholy comprehension, peculiar to eyes made clairvoyant by great and critical sorrow. They seemed to say to her, "Fulfill thy mission. Life is made for sacrifice. The flower must fall before fruit can perfect itself." A vague shuddering of mystery gave intensity to her reverie. It seemed as if those mirror depths were another world. She heard the far-off dashing of sea-green waves. She felt a yearning impulse towards that dear soul gone out into the infinite unknown. Her word just passed had in her eyes all the sacred force of the most solemnly attested vow, and she felt as if that vow had shut some before open door between her and him, and she had a kind of shadowy sense of a throbbing and yearning nature that seemed to call on her, that seemed surging towards her with an imperative, protesting force that shook her heart to its depths. Perhaps it is so that souls once intimately related have ever after this strange power of affecting each other, a power that neither absence nor death can annul. How else can we interpret these mysterious hours in which the power of departed love seems to overshadow us, making our souls vital with such longings, with such wild throbbings, with such unutterable sighings, that a little more might burst the mortal band? Is it not deep calling unto deep, the free soul singing outside the cage to her mate, beating against the bars within? Mary, even for a moment, fancied that a voice called her name, and started, shivering. Then the habits of her positive and sensible education returned at once, and she came out of her reverie as one breaks from a dream, and lifted all these sad thoughts with one heavy sigh from her breast. And opening her Bible, she read, "They that trust in the Lord shall be as Mount Zion, that cannot be moved. As the mountains are round about Jerusalem, so the Lord is about his people from this time henceforth and for evermore." Then she kneeled by her bedside and offered her whole life a sacrifice to the loving God, who had offered his life a sacrifice for her. She prayed for grace to be true to her promise, to be faithful to the new relation she had accepted. She prayed that all vain regrets for the past might be taken away, and that her soul might vibrate without discord in unison with the will of eternal love. So praying, she rose calm, and with that clearness of spirit which follows an act of uttermost self-sacrifice, and so calmly she lay down and slept, with her two hands crossed upon her breast, her head slightly turned on the pillow, her cheek pale as marble, and her long dark lashes lying drooping with a sweet expression, as if under that mystic veil of sleep the soul were seeing things forbidden to the waking eye. Only the gentlest heaving of the quiet breast told that the heavenly spirit within had not gone where it was hourly aspiring to go. Meanwhile, Mrs. Scudder had left Mary's room and entered the doctor's study, holding a candle in her hand. The good man was sitting alone in the dark, with his head bowed upon his Bible. When Mrs. Scudder entered, he rose and regarded her wistfully, but did not speak. He had something just then in his heart for which he had no words, so he only looked as a man does who hopes and fears for the answer of a decided question. Mrs. Scudder felt some of the natural reserve which becomes a matron coming charged with a gift in which lies the whole sacredness of her own existence, and which she puts from her hands with a jealous reverence. She therefore measured the man with her woman's and mother's eye, and said, with a little stateliness, "My dear sir, I come to tell you the result of my conversation with Mary." She made a little pause, and the doctor stood before her as humbly as if he had not weighed and measured the universe, because he knew that though he might weigh the mountains in scales and the hills in a balance, yet it was a far subtler power which must possess him of one small woman's heart. In fact, he felt to himself like a great, awkward, clumsy, mountainous earthite asking of a white-robed angel to help him up a ladder of cloud. He was perfectly sure for the moment that he was going to be refused, and he looked humbly firm. He would take it like a man. His large blue eyes, generally so misty in their calm, had a resolute clearness, rather mournful than otherwise. Of course, no such celestial experience was going to happen to him. He cleared his throat and said, "Well, madam?" Mrs. Scudder's womanly dignity was appeased. She reached out her hand cheerfully and said, "She has accepted." The doctor drew his hand suddenly away, turned quickly round, and walked to the window. Although, as it was 10 o'clock at night and quite dark, there was evidently nothing to be seen there. He stood there quietly, swallowing very hard, and raising his handkerchief several times to his eyes. There was enough went on under the black coat just then to make quite a little figure in a romance, if it had been uttered, but he belonged to a class who lived romance, but never spoke it. In a few moments he returned to Mrs. Scudder and said, "I trust, dear madam, that this very dear friend may never have reason to think me ungrateful for her wonderful goodness, and whatever sins my evil heart may lead me into, I hope I may never fall so low as to forget the undeserved mercy of this hour. If ever I shrink from duty or murmur at trials, while so sweet a friend is mine, I shall be vile indeed." The doctor in general viewed himself on the discouraging side, and had berated and snubbed himself all his life as a most flagitious and evil-disposed individual, a person to be narrowly watched, and capable of breaking at any moment into the most flagrant iniquity, and therefore it was that he received his good fortune in so different a spirit from many of the lords of creation in similar circumstances. "I am sensible," he added, "that a poor minister, without much power of eloquence, and commissioned of the Lord to speak unpopular truths, and whose worldly condition in consequence is never likely to be very prosperous, that such a one could scarcely be deemed a suitable partner for so very beautiful a young woman, who might expect proposals in a temporal point of view of a much more advantageous nature, and I am therefore the more struck and overpowered with this blessed result." These last words caught in the doctor's throat, as if he were overpowered in very deed. "In regard to her happiness," said the doctor, with a touch of awe in his voice, "I would not have presumed to become the guardian of it, were it not that I am persuaded it is assured by a higher power. For when he giveth peace, who then can make trouble? But I trust I may say no effort on my part shall be wanting to secure it." Mrs. Scudder was a mother, and come to that spot in life where mothers always feel tears rising behind their smiles. She pressed the doctor's hand silently, and they parted for the night. We know not how we can acquit ourselves to our friends of the great world for the details of such an unfashionable courtship. so well as by giving them, before they retire for the night, a dip into a more modish view of things. The doctor was evidently green in his faith, green in his simplicity, green in his general belief of the divine in woman, green in his particular humble faith in one small Puritan maiden, whom a knowing fellow might at least have manoeuvred so skilfully as to break up her saintly superiority, discompose her, rout her ideas, and lead her up and down a swamp of hopes and fears and conjectures, till she was wholly bewildered and ready to take him at last, if he made up his mind to have her at all, as a great bargain for which she was to be sensibly grateful. Yes, the doctor was green, immortally green, as a cedar of Lebanon, which, waving its broad archangel wings over some fast-rooted, eternal old solitude, and seeing from its sublime height the vastness of the universe, veils its kingly head with humility before God's infinite majesty. He is gone to bed now, simple old soul, first apologizing to Mrs. Scudder for having kept her up to so dissipated and unparalleled an hour as 10 o'clock on his personal matters. Meanwhile, our Asmodeus will transport us to an easily furnished apartment in one of the most fashionable hotels of Philadelphia, where Colonel Aaron Burr, just returned from his trip to the then aboriginal wilds of Ohio, is seated before a table covered with maps, letters, books, and papers. His keen eye runs over the addresses of the letters, and he eagerly seizes one from Madame de Frontignac and reads it, and as no one but ourselves is looking at him now, his face has no need to wear its habitual mask. First comes an expression of profound astonishment, then of chagrin and mortification, then of deepening concern. There were stops where the dark eyelashes flashed together, as if to brush a tear out of the view of the keen-sighted eyes, and then a red flush rose even to his forehead, and his delicate lips wore a sarcastic smile. He laid down the letter and made one or two turns through the room. The man had felt the dashing against his own of a strong, generous, indignant woman's heart fully awakened, and speaking with that impassioned vigor with which a French regiment charges in battle. There were those picturesque winged words, those condensed expression, those subtle piercings of meaning, and, above all, that simple pathos for which the French tongue has no superior. And for the moment the woman had the victory. She shook his heart. But Burr resembled the marvel with which chemists amuse themselves. His heart was a vase filled with boiling passions, while his will, a still, cold, unmelted lump of ice, lay at the bottom. Self-denial is not peculiar to Christians. They who go downward often put forth as much force to kill a noble nature as another does to annihilate a sinful one. There was something in this letter so keen, so searching, so self-revealing, that it brought on one of those interior crises in which a man is convulsed with the struggle of two natures, the godlike and the demoniac, and from which he must pass out more wholly to the dominion of the one or the other. Nobody knew the true better than Burr. He knew the godlike and the pure. He had felt its beauty and its force to the very depths of his being, as the demoniac knew at once the fair man of Nazareth, and even now he felt the voice within that said, "What have I to do with thee?" and the rending of a struggle of heavenly life with fast-coming eternal death. That letter had told him what he might be and what he was. It was as if his dead mother's hand had held up before him a glass in which he saw himself, white-robed and crowned, and so dazzling in purity that he loathed his present self. As he walked up and down the room perturbed, he sometimes wiped tears from his eyes, and then set his teeth and compressed his lips. At last his face grew calm and settled in its expression. His mouth wore a sardonic smile. He came and took the letter, and folding it leisurely, laid it on the table, and put a heavy paper weight over it, as if to hold it down and bury it. Then, drawing to himself some maps of new territories, he set himself vigorously to some columns of arithmetical calculations on the margin. And thus he worked for an hour or two, till his mind was as dry and his pulse as calm as a machine. Then he drew the inkstand towards him, and scribbled hastily the following letter to his most confidential associate, a letter which told no more of the conflict that preceded it than do the dry sands and civil gossip of the sea waves to-day of the storm and wreck of last week. Dear So-and-so, nous voilà once more in Philadelphia. Our schemes in Ohio prosper. Frontignac remains there to superintend. He answers our purpose passablement. On the whole, I don't see as we could do better than retain him. He is besides a gentlemanly, agreeable person, and wholly devoted to me, a point certainly not to be overlooked. As to your railleries about the fair madame, I must say, in justice both to her and myself, that any grace with which she has been pleased to honour me is not to be misconstrued. You are not to imagine any but the most platonic of liaisons. She is as high-strung as an Arabian steed, proud, heroic, romantic, and French, and such must be permitted to take their own time and way, which we in our gaucherie can only humbly wonder at. I have ever professed myself her abject slave, ready to follow any whim and obeying the slightest signal of the jewelled hand. As that is her sacred pleasure, I have been inhabiting the most abstract realms of heroic sentiment, living on the most diluted moonshine, and spinning out elaborately all those charming and seraphic distinctions between Tweedledum and Tweedledee, with which these ecstatic creatures delight themselves in certain stages of affaires du coeur. The last development on the part of my goddess is a fit of celestial anger, of the cause of which I am in the most innocent ignorance. She writes me 3 pages of French sublimities, writing as only a Frenchwoman can, bids me an eternal adieu, and informs me she is going to Newport. Of course the affair becomes stimulating. I am not to presume to dispute her sentence, or doubt a lady's perfect sincerity in wishing never to see me again, but yet I think I shall try to pacify the tantus in animis celestibus iris. If a woman hates you, it is only her love turned wrong side out, and you may turn it back with due care. The pretty creatures know how becoming a grande passion is, and take care to keep themselves in mind. A quarrel serves their turn when all else fails. To another point, I wish you to advertise S. that his insinuations in regard to me in the Aurora have been observed, and that I require that they be promptly retracted. He knows me well enough to attend to this hint. I am in earnest when I speak. If the word does nothing, the blow will come, and if I strike once, no second blow will be needed. Yet I do not wish to get him on my hands needlessly. A duel and a love affair and hot weather coming on together might prove too much even for me. N.B. Thermometer stands at 85. I am resolved on Newport next week. Yours ever, Burr. P.S. I forgot to say that, oddly enough, my goddess has gone and placed herself under the wing of the pretty Puritan I saw in Newport. Fancy the mélange! Could anything be more piquant? That cartload of goodness, the old doctor, that sweet little saint, and Madame Faubourg Saint-Germain shaken up together. Fancy her listening with well-bred astonishment to a critique on the doings of the unregenerate, or flirting that little jewelled fan of hers in Mrs. Scudder's square pew of a Sunday. Probably they will carry her to the weekly prayer meeting, which of course she will find some fine French subtlety for admiring, and trouve ravissant. I fancy I see it. When Burr had finished this letter, he had actually written himself into a sort of persuasion of its truth. When a finely constituted nature wishes to go into baseness, it has first to bribe itself. Evil is never embraced undisguised as evil, but under some fiction which the mind accepts, and with which it has the singular power of blinding itself in the face of daylight. The power of imposing on one's self is an essential preliminary to imposing on others. The man first argues himself down, and then he is ready to put the whole weight of his nature to deceiving others. This letter ran so smoothly, so plausibly, that it produced on the writer of it the effect of a work of fiction which we know to be unreal, but feel to be true. Long habits of this kind of self-delusion in time produce a paralysis in the vital nerves of truth, so that one becomes habitually unable to see things in their verity, and realizes the awful words of Scripture, "He feedeth on ashes, a deceived heart hath turned him aside, so that he cannot deliver his soul, nor say, Is there not a lie in my right hand?" End of section 32. Section 33 of The Minister's Wooing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Minister's Wooing by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 28. Between 3 and 4 the next morning, the robin in the nest above Mary's room stretched out his left wing, opened one eye, and gave a short and rather drowsy chirp, which broke up his night's rest and restored him to the full consciousness that he was a bird with wings and feathers, a large apple tree to live in, and all heaven for an estate. And so on these fortunate premises he broke into a gush of singing, clear and loud, which Mary, without waking, heard in her slumbers. Scarcely conscious, she lay in that dim, clairvoyant state when the half-sleep of the outward senses permits a delicious, dewy clearness of the soul. That perfect ethereal rest and freshness of faculties comparable only to what we imagine of the spiritual state, season of celestial enchantment in which the heavy weight of all this unintelligible world drops off, and the soul, divinely charmed, nestles like a wind-tossed bird in the protecting bosom of the one all-perfect, all-beautiful. What visions then come to the inner eye have often no words corresponding in mortal vocabularies. The poet, the artist, and the prophet in such hours become possessed of divine certainties, which all their lives they struggle with pencil or song or burning words to make evident to their fellows. The world around wonders, but they are unsatisfied because they have seen the glory and know how inadequate the copy. But not merely to selectest spirits come these hours, but to those humble poets ungifted with utterance, who are among men as fountains sealed, whose song can be wrought out only by the harmony of deeds, the patient, pathetic melodies of tender endurance, or the heroic chant of undiscouraged labor. The poor slave woman last night parted from her only boy, and weary with the cotton-picking; the captive pining in his cell; the patient wife of the drunkard, saddened by a consciousness of the growing vileness of one once so dear; the delicate spirit doomed to harsh and uncongenial surroundings. All in such hours feel the soothings of a celestial harmony, the tenderness of more than a mother's love. It is by such hours as these, often more than by reasonings or disputings, that doubts are resolved in the region of religious faith. The All-Father treats us as the mother does her infant crying in the dark. He does not reason with our fears or demonstrate their fallacy, but draws us silently to his bosom, and we are at peace. Nay, there have been those undoubtedly who have known God falsely with the intellect, yet felt him truly with the heart. and there may be many, principally among the unlettered little ones of Christ's flock, who positively know that much that is dogmatically propounded to them of their Redeemer is cold, barren, unsatisfying, and even utterly false, who yet can give no account of their certainties better than that of the inspired fisherman. We know him and have seen him. It was in such hours as these that Mary's deadly fears for the soul of her beloved had passed away, passed out of her, as if some warm healing nature of tenderest vitality had drawn out of her heart all pain and coldness, and warmed it with the breath of an eternal summer. So while the purple shadows spread their gauzy veils, inwove with fire along the sky, and the gloom of the sea broke out here and there into lines of light, and thousands of birds were answering to each other from apple tree and meadow grass and top of jagged rock, or trooping in bands hither and thither like angels on loving messages, Mary lay there with the flickering light through the leaves fluttering over her face, and the glow of dawn warming the snow-white draperies of the bed and giving a tender rose hue to the calm cheek. She lay half conscious, smiling the while, as one who sleeps while the heart waketh, and who hears in dreams the voice of the one eternally beautiful and beloved. Mrs. Scudder entered her room, and thinking that she still slept, stood and looked down upon her. She felt as one does who has parted with some precious possession, a sudden sense of its value coming over her, and she queried in herself whether any living mortal were worthy of so perfect a gift, and nothing but a remembrance of the doctor's prostrate humility at all reconciled her to the sacrifice she was making. "Mary, dear," she said, bending over her with an unusual infusion of emotion in her voice, "darling child." The arms moved instinctively even before the eyes unclosed, and drew her mother down to her with a warm, clinging embrace. Love in Puritan families was often like latent caloric, an all-pervading force that affected no visible thermometer, shown chiefly by a noble, silent confidence, a ready helpfulness, but seldom outbreathed in caresses. Yet natures like Mary's always craved these outward demonstrations, and sprang towards them as a trailing vine sways to the nearest support. It was delightful for once fully to feel how much her mother loved her, as well as to know it. "Dear, precious mother, do you love me so very much?" "I live and breathe in you, Mary," said Mrs. Scudder, giving vent to herself in one of those trenchant, shorthand expressions wherein positive natures incline to resume all when they must speak at all. Mary held her mother silently to her breast, her heart shining through her face with a quiet radiance of love. "Do you feel happy this morning?" said Mrs. Scudder. "Very, very, very happy, mother." "I am so glad to hear you say so," said Mrs. Scudder, who, to say the truth, had entertained many doubts at her pillow the night before. Mary began dressing herself in a state of calm exaltation. Every trembling leaf on the tree, every sunbeam was like a loving smile of God, every fluttering breeze like his voice, full of encouragement and hope. "Mother, did you tell the doctor what I said last night?" "I did, my darling." "Then, mother, I would like to see him a few moments alone." "Well, Mary, he is in his study at his morning devotions." "That is just the time. I will go to him." The doctor was sitting by the window, and the honest-hearted motherly lilacs, abloom for the third time since our story began, were filling the air with their sweetness. Suddenly the door opened, and Mary entered in her simple white short gown and skirt, her eyes calmly radiant, and her whole manner having something serious and celestial. She came directly towards him, and put out both her little hands with a smile half childlike, half angelic, and the doctor bowed his head and covered his face with his hands. "Dear friend," said Mary, kneeling and taking his hands, "if you want me, I am come. Life is but a moment. There is an eternal blessedness just beyond us, and for the little time between, I will be all I can to you, if you will only show me how." And the doctor, no young man. The study door closed just then, and no one heard those words from a quaint old Oriental book, which told that all the poetry of that grand old soul had burst into flower as the aloe blossoms once in 100 years. The ripples of that great heart might have fallen unconsciously into phrases from that one love poem of the Bible, which these men read so purely and devoutly, and which warmed the icy clearness of their intellects with the myrrh and spices of ardent lands where earthly and heavenly love meet and blend in one indistinguishable horizon line like sea and sky. Who is she that looketh forth as the morning, fair as the moon, clear as the sun? My dove, my undefiled, is but one. She is the only one of her mother. Thou art all fair, my beloved. There is no spot in thee. The doctor might have said all this. We will not say he did, nor will we say he did not. All we know is that when the breakfast table was ready, they came out cheerfully together. Madame de Frontignac stood in a fresh white wrapper, with a few buttercups in her hair, waiting for the breakfast. She was startled to see the doctor entering all radiant, leading in Mary by the hand, and looking as if he thought she were some dream miracle which might dissolve under his eyes unless he kept fast hold of her. The keen eyes shot their arrowy glance, which went at once to the heart of the matter. Madame de Frontignac knew they were engaged, and regarded Mary with attention. The calm, sweet, elevated expression of her face struck her. It struck her also that that was not the light of any earthly love, that it had no thrill, no blush, no tremor, but only the calmness of a soul that knows itself no more, and she sighed involuntarily. She looked at the doctor and seemed to study attentively a face which happiness had made this morning as genial and attractive as it was generally strong and fine. There was little said at the breakfast table this morning, and yet the loud singing of the birds, the brightness of the sunshine, the life and vigor of all things seemed to make up for the silence of those who were too well pleased to speak. "Eh bien, ma chère," said Madame after breakfast, drawing Mary into her little room. "C'est fini." "Yes," said Mary, cheerfully. "Thou art content?" said Madame, passing her arm around her. "Well, then, I should be. But, Mary, it is like a marriage with the altar, like taking the veil, is it not?" "No," said Mary, "it is not taking the veil. It is beginning a cheerful, reasonable life with a kind, noble friend who will always love me truly, and whom I hope to make as happy as he deserves." "I think well of him, my little cat," said Madame reflectively, "but—" She stopped something she was going to say, and kissed Mary's forehead. After a moment's pause, she added, "One must have love or refuge, Mary. This is thy refuge, child. Thou wilt have peace in it." She sighed again. "Enfin," she said, resuming her gay tone, "what shall be la toilette de noces? Thou shalt have Virginie's pearls, my fair one, and look like a sea-born Venus. Tiens, let me try them in thy hair." And in a few moments she had Mary's long hair down, and was chattering like a blackbird, wreathing the pearls in and out, and saying 1,000 pretty nothings, weaving great Section 34 of The Minister's Wooing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Minister's Wooing by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 29. The Quilting. The announcement of the definite engagement of two such bright particular stars in the hemisphere of the doctor's small parish excited the interest that such events usually create among the faithful of the flock. There was a general rustle and flutter, as when a covey of wild pigeons has been started, and all the little elves who rejoice in the name of says he and says I and do tell, and have you heard were speedily flying through the consecrated air of the parish. The fact was discussed by matrons and maidens at the spinning-wheel, and in the green clothes-yard, or at the foaming wash-tub, out of which arose a new birth of weekly freshness and beauty. Many a rustic Venus of the foam, as she splashed her dimpled elbows in the rainbow-tinted froth, talked what should be done for the forthcoming solemnities, and wondered what Mary would have on when she was married, and whether she, the Venus, should get an invitation to the wedding, and whether Ethan would go, not that she cared in the least whether he did or not. Grave elderly matrons talked about the prosperity of Zion, which they imagined intimately connected with the event of their minister's marriage, and descending from Zion, speculated on bed-quilts and table-cloths, and rummaged their own clean, sweet-smelling stores, fragrant with balm and rose-leaves, to lay out a bureau-cover, or a pair of sheets, or a dozen napkins for the wedding outfit. The solemnest of solemn quiltings was resolved upon. Miss Prissy declared that she fairly couldn't sleep nights with the responsibility of the wedding dresses in her mind, but yet she must give one day to getting on that quilt. The grand monde also was in motion. Mrs. General Wilcox called in her own particular carriage, bearing the present of a cashmere shawl for the bride, with the General's best compliments, and also an oak-leaf pattern for quilting, which had been sent her from England, and which was authentically established to be that used on a petticoat belonging to the Princess Royal. And Mrs. Major Seaforth came also, bearing a scarf of worked Indian muslin, and Mrs. Vernon sent a splendid Indian china punch-bowl. Indeed, to say the truth, the notables, high and mighty of Newport, whom the doctor had so unceremoniously accused of building their houses with blood, and establishing their city with iniquity, considering that nobody seemed to take his words to heart, and that they were making money as fast as old Tyre, rather assumed the magnanimous, and patted themselves on the shoulder for this opportunity to show the doctor that, after all, they were good fellows, and bore him no malice, though they did make money at the expense of 30% human life. Simeon Brown was the only exception. He stood aloof, grim and sarcastic, and informed some good middle-aged ladies who came to see if he would, as they phrased it, esteem it a privilege to add his mite to the doctor's outfit, that he would give him a likely Negro boy if he wanted, and if he was too conscientious to keep him, he might sell him at a fair profit. A happy stroke of humour which he was fond of relating many years after. The quilting was in these days considered as the most solemn and important recognition of a betrothal, and for the benefit of those not to the manner born, a little preliminary instruction may be necessary. The good wives of New England, impressed with that thrifty orthodoxy of economy which forbids to waste the merest trifle, had a habit of saving every scrap and fragment clipped out in the fashioning of household garments, and these they cut into fanciful patterns, and constructed of them rainbow shapes and quaint traceries, the arrangement of which became one of their few fine arts. Many a maiden, as she sorted and arranged fluttering bits of green, yellow, red, and blue, felt rising in her breast a passion for somewhat vague and unknown, which came out at length in a new pattern of patchwork, and collections of these tiny fragments were always ready to fill an hour when there was nothing else to do, and as the maiden chatted with her beau, her busy flying needle stitched together the pretty morsels, which, little in themselves, were destined by gradual unions and accretions to bring about at last substantial beauty, warmth, and comfort. Emblems, thus, of that household life which is to be brought to stability and beauty by reverent economy in husbanding, and tact in arranging the little useful and agreeable morsels of daily existence. When a wedding was forthcoming, then there was a solemn review of the stores of beauty and utility thus provided, and the patchwork spread best worthy of such distinction was chosen for the quilting. Thereto, duly summoned, trooped all intimate female friends of the bride, and the quilt being spread on a frame, and wadded with cotton, each vied with the other in the delicacy of the quilting they could put upon it. For quilting also was a fine art, and had its delicacies and nice points, concerning which grave elderly matrons discussed with judicious care. The quilting generally began at an early hour in the afternoon, and ended at dusk with a great supper and general jubilee, in which that ignorant and incapable sex who could not quilt were allowed to appear and put in claims for consideration of another nature. It may perhaps be surmised that this expected reinforcement was often alluded to by the younger maidens, whose wickedly coquettish toilettes exhibited suspicious marks of that willingness to get a chance to say no, which has been slanderously attributed to mischievous maidens. In consequence of the tremendous responsibilities involved in this quilting, the reader will not be surprised to learn that the evening before Miss Prissy made her appearance at the Brown cottage, armed with thimble, scissors, and pin-cushion, in order to relieve her mind by a little preliminary confabulation. "You see me, Miss Scudder, run almost to death," she said, "but I thought I would just run up to Mrs. Major Seaforth's and see her best bedroom quilt, 'cause I wanted to have all the ideas we possibly could before I decided on the pattern. Hers is in shells, just common shells, nothing to be compared with Miss Wilcox's oak leaves, and I suppose there isn't the least doubt that Miss Wilcox's sister in London did get that from a lady who had a cousin who was governess in the royal family, and I just quilted a little bit to-day on an old piece of silk, and it comes out beautiful, and so I thought I would just come and ask you if you did not think it was best for us to have the oak leaves." "Well, certainly, Miss Prissy, if you think so," said Mrs. Scudder, who was as pliant to the opinions of this wise woman of the parish as New England matrons generally are to a reigning dressmaker and factotum. Miss Prissy had the happy consciousness always that her early advent under any roof was considered a matter of special grace, and therefore it was with rather a patronizing tone that she announced that she would stay and spend the night with them. "I knew," she added, "that your spare chamber was full with that Madame de what you call her. If I was to die, I could not remember the woman's name. Well, I thought I could just crawl in with you, Mary, most anywhere." "That's right, Miss Prissy," said Mary. "You shall be welcome to half my bed any time." "Well, I knew you would say so, Mary. I never saw the thing you would not give away half of, since you was that high," said Miss Prissy, illustrating her words by placing her hand about 2 feet from the floor. Just at this moment Madame de Frontignac entered, and asked Mary to come into her room and give her advice as to a piece of embroidery. When she was gone out, Miss Prissy looked after her, and sank her voice once more to the confidential whisper which we before described. "I have heard strange stories about that French woman," she said, "but as she was here with you and Mary, I suppose there cannot be any truth in them. Dear me, the world is so censorious about women. But then, you know, we don't expect much from French women. I suppose she is a Roman Catholic and worships pictures and stone images. But then, after all, she has got an immortal soul, and I can't help hoping Mary's influence may be blessed to her. They say when she speaks French she swears every few minutes, but if that is the way she was brought up, maybe she isn't accountable. I think we can't be too charitable for people that ain't privileged as we are. Miss Vernon's Polly told me she has seen her sew Sabbath day. She came into her room of a sudden, and she was working on her embroidery there, and she never winked nor blushed nor offered to put it away, but sat there just as easy. Polly said she never was so beat in all her life. She felt kind of scared every time she thought of it. But now she has come here, who knows but she may be converted?" "Mary has not said much about her state of mind," said Mrs. Scudder, "but something of deep interest has passed between them. Mary is such an uncommon child that I trust everything to her." We will not dwell further on the particulars of this evening, nor describe how Madame de Frontignac reconnoitred Miss Prissy with keen, amused eyes, nor how Miss Prissy apprised Mary, in the confidential solitude of her chamber, that her fingers just itched to get hold of that trimming on that Madame de Frogsneck's dress, because she was pretty nigh sure she could make some just like it, for she never saw any trimming she could not make. The robin that lived in the apple tree was fairly outgeneraled the next morning, for Miss Prissy was up before him, tripping about the chamber on the points of her toes, and knocking down all the movable things in the room in her efforts to be still, so as not to waken Mary, and it was not until she had finally upset the stand by the bed with the candlestick, snuffers, and Bible on it, that Mary opened her eyes. "Miss Prissy, dear me, what is it you are doing?" "Why, I'm trying to be still, Mary, so as not to wake you up, and it seems to me as if everything was possessed to tumble down so. But it is only 3:30, so you turn over and go to sleep." "But, Miss Prissy," said Mary, sitting up in bed, "you are all dressed. Where are you going?" "Well, to tell the truth, Mary, I am just one of those people that can't sleep when they have got responsibility on their minds, and I've been lying awake more than an hour here, thinking about that quilt. There is a new way of getting it on to the frame that I want to try, 'cause you know when we quilted Cerinthy Stebbins it would trouble us in the rolling, and I have got a new way that I want to try, and I mean just to get it into the frame before breakfast. I was in hopes I should get out without waking any of you, and now I don't know as I shall get by your mother's door without waking her, 'cause I know she works hard and needs her rest. But that bedroom door squawks like a cat, enough to raise the dead. Mary," she added with sudden energy, "if I had the least drop of oil in a teacup and a bit of quill, I'd stop that door making such a noise." And Miss Prissy's eyes glowed with resolution. "I don't know where you could find any at this time," said Mary. "Well, never mind, I'll just go and open the door as slow and careful as I can," said Miss Prissy, as she trotted out of the apartment. The result of her carefulness was very soon announced to Mary by a protracted sound resembling the mewing of a hoarse cat, accompanied with sundry audible grunts from Miss Prissy, terminating in a grand finale of clatter, occasioned by her knocking down all the pieces of the quilt frame that stood in a corner of the room, with a concussion that roused everybody in the house. "What is that?" called out Mrs. Scudder from her bedroom. She was answered by two screams of laughter, one from Mary, sitting up in bed, and the other from Miss Prissy. Section 35 of The Minister's Wooing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Minister's Wooing by Harriet Beecher Stowe, Chapter 30. By 6 o'clock in the morning, Miss Prissy came out of the best room to the breakfast table with the air of a general who has arranged a campaign, her face glowing with satisfaction. All sat down together to their morning meal. The outside door was open into the green turfy yard, and the apple tree, now nursing stores of fine yellow jennetings, looked in at the window. Every once in a while, as a breeze shook the leaves, a fully ripe apple might be heard falling to the ground, at which Miss Prissy would bustle up from the table and rush to secure the treasure. As the meal waxed to its close, the rattling of wheels was heard at the gate, and Candace was discerned seated aloft in the one-horse wagon, with her usual compliments of baskets and bags. "Well, now, dear me, if there is not Candace," said Miss Prissy. "I do believe Mrs. Marvyn has sent her with something for the quilting," and out she flew as nimble as a humming-bird, while those in the house heard various exclamations of admiration as Candace, with stately dignity, disinterred from the wagon one basket after another, and exhibited to Miss Prissy's enraptured eyes sly peeps under the white napkins by which they were covered, and then, lodging a large basket on either arm, she rolled majestically towards the house, like a heavy-laden Indiaman coming in after a fat voyage. "Good morning, Mrs. Scudder. Good morning, Doctor," she said, dropping her curtsy on the doorstep. "Good morning, Miss Mary. You see our folks were stirring pretty early this morning, and Mrs. Marvyn sent me down with 2 or 3 little things." Setting down her baskets on the floor and seating herself between them, she proceeded to develop their contents with ill-concealed triumph. One basket was devoted to cakes of every species, from the great Mont Blanc loaf cake, with its snowy glaciers of frosting, to the twisted cruller and puffy doughnut. In the other basket lay pots of golden butter, curiously stamped, reposing on a bed of fresh green leaves, while currants, red and white, and delicious cherries and raspberries gave a final finish to the picture. From a basket which Miss Prissy brought in from the rear appeared cold fowl and tongue, delicately prepared and shaded with feathers of parsley. Candace, whose rollicking delight in the good things of this life was conspicuous in every emotion, might have furnished to a painter, as she sat in a brilliant turban, an idea for an African genius of plenty. "Well, really, Candace," said Mrs. Scudder, "you are overwhelming us." "Ho, ho, ho," said Candace. "I's tellin' Miss Marvyn folks don't get married but once in their lives, generally speaking, that is, and then they ought to have plenty to do it with." "Well, I must say," said Miss Prissy, taking out the loaf-cake with busy assiduity, "I must say, Candace, this does beat all." "I should rather think it ought," said Candace, bridling herself with proud consciousness. "If it don't, it ain't 'cause old Candace hain't put enough into it. I tell you, I didn't do nothin' all day yesterday but just make dat ar cake. Cato, when he got up, he begun to talk something about his shirt buttons, and I just shet him right up. Says I, 'Cato, when I's really got cake to make for a great 'casion, I want my mind just as quiet and just as serene as if I was a-goin' to the meetin'. I don't want no earthly cares on it. Now,' says I, 'Cato, the old doctor's going to be married, and dis year is his quiltin' cake, and Miss Mary, she's going to be married, and dis year is her quiltin' cake, and dere'll be everybody to dat air quiltin', and if the cake ain't right white, 'twould be putting a candle under a bushel.' And so, says I, 'Cato, your buttons must wait.' And Cato, he sees the priety of it, 'cause though he can't make cake like me, he's a 'mazin' good judge of it, and is dreadful tickled when I slip out a little loaf for his supper." "How is Mrs. Marvyn?" said Mrs. Scudder. kinder thin and shimmery, but she is about, having her eyes everywhere and looking into everything. She just touches things with the tips of her fingers, and they seem to go like. She'll be down to the quilting this afternoon, but she told me to take the things and come down and spend the day here, for Mrs. Marvin and I both knows how many steps must be taken such times, and we agreed you ought to favor yourselves all you could." "Well, now," said Miss Prissy, lifting up her hands, "if that ain't what 'tis to have friends, why, that was one of the things I was thinking of as I lay awake last night, because, you know, at times like these, people run their feet off before the time begins, and then they are all limpsy and lopsided when the time comes. Now, I say, Candace, all Mrs. Scudder and Mary have to do is to give everything up to us, and we'll put it through straight." "That's what we will," said Candace. "Just show me what's to be done, and I'll do it." Candace and Miss Prissy soon disappeared together into the pantry with the baskets, whose contents they began busily to arrange. Candace shut the door that no sound might escape, and began a confidential outpouring to Miss Prissy. "You see," she said, "I has feelin's all the while for Miss Marvin, 'cause, you see, she was expecting, if ever Mary was married, well, that would be to somebody else, you know." Miss Prissy responded with a sympathetic groan. "Well," said Candace, "if it had been anybody but the doctor, I would not have been resigned. But after all he has done for my colour, there ain't nothing I could find it in my heart to grudge him. But then I was telling Cato the other day, says I, 'Cato, I don't know about the rest of the world, but I hain't never felt it in my bones that Master James is really dead, for sartin. Now, I feels things generally, but some things I feels in my bones, and them always comes true. And that is a feeling I ha'n't had about Master Jim yet, and that is what I'm waiting for I clear make up my mind. Though I know, 'cording to all white folks' way of thinking, there ain't no hope, 'cause Squire Marvin, he had that Jadooth Pettibone up to his house, questioning him on him off and on nigh about 3 hours, and really I didn't see no hope no way, except just this, as I was telling Cato, I can't feel it in my bones." Candace was not versed enough in the wisdom of the world to know that she belonged to a large and respectable school of philosophers in this particular mode of testing evidence, which, after all, the reader will perceive has its conveniences. "Another thing," said Candace, "as much as a dozen times this last year, when I have been a scouring knives, a fork has fell and stuck straight up in the floor, and the last time I pinted it out to Miss Marvin, and she only just said, 'Why, what of that, Candace?'" "Well," said Miss Prissy, "I don't believe in signs, but then strange things do happen. Now, about dogs howling under windows, why, I don't believe in it a bit, but I never knew it fail that there was a death in the house after." I tell you what," said Candace, looking mysterious, "dogs knows a heap more than they likes to tell." "Just so," said Miss Prissy. "Now, I remember one night when I was watching with Miss Colonel Andrews after Martha Ann was born, that we heard the mournfulest howling that ever you did hear. It seemed to come from right under the front stoop, and Miss Andrews, she just dropped the spoon in her gruel, and says she, 'Miss Prissy, do for pity's sake just go down and see what that noise is.' And I went down and lifted up one of the loose boards of the stoop, and what should I see there but their Newfoundland pup. There that creature had dug a grave, and was a-sitting by it crying." Candace drew near to Miss Prissy, dark with expressive interest, as her voice in this awful narration sank to a whisper. "Well," said Candace, after Miss Prissy had made something of a pause, "well, I told Miss Andrews I didn't think there was anything in it," said Miss Prissy, but she added impressively, "She lost a very dear brother 6 months after, and I laid him out with my own hands. Yes, laid him out in white flannel." "Some folks say," said Candace, "that dreaming about white horses is a certain sign. Jenny Stiles is very strong about that. Now, she came down one morning crying 'cause she had been dreaming about white horses, and she was sure she should hear some friend was dead, and sure enough a man came in that day and told her that her son was drowned out in the harbor. And Jenny said, there, she was sure that sign never would fail. But then, you see, that night he came home. Jenny wasn't really disappointed, but she always insisted he was as good as drowned anyway, 'cause he sank 3 times. Well, I tell you, said Miss Prissy, there are a great many more things in this world than folks know about. So they are, said Candace. Now, I hain't never opened my mind to nobody, but there's a dream I've had 3 mornings running lately. I dreamed I see Jim Marvin a-sinking in the water and stretching up his hands. And then I dreamed that I see the Lord Jesus come a-walking on the water and take a hold of his hand. And says he, O thou of little faith, wherefore didst thou doubt? And then he lifted him right out. And I hain't said nothing to nobody, 'cause you know the doctor. He says people must not mind nothing about their dreams, 'cause dreams belong to the old spensation. Well, 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 said Miss Prissy, I'm sure I don't know what to think. What time in the morning was it that you dreamed it? Why, said Candace, it was just after bird peep. I kinder always wakes myself then and turns over, and what comes after that is apt to run clear. Well, 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 said Miss Prissy, I don't know what to think. You see, it may have reference to the state of his soul. I know that, said Candace, but as nigh as I could judge in my dream, she added, sinking her voice and looking mysterious, as nigh as I can judge, that boy's soul was in his body. Why, how do you know? Said Miss Prissy, looking astonished at the confidence with which Candace expressed her opinion. Well, you see, said Candace, rather mysteriously, the doctor, he don't like to have us talk much about these things, 'cause he thinks it's kind of heathenish. But then folks as is used to seeing such things knows the look of a spirit out of the body from the look of a spirit in the body, just as easy as you can tell Mary from the doctor. At this moment Mrs. Scudder opened the pantry door and put an end to this mysterious conversation, which had already so affected Miss Prissy that in the eagerness of her interest she had rubbed up her cap border and ribbon into rather an elfin and goblin style, as if they had been ruffled up by a breeze from the land of spirits, and she flew around for a few moments in a state of great nervous agitation, upsetting dishes, knocking down plates, and huddling up contrary suggestions as to what ought to be done first, in such impossible relations that Mrs. Katy Scudder stood in dignified surprise at this strange freak of conduct in the wise woman of the parish. A dim consciousness of something not quite canny in herself appeared to strike her, for she made a vigorous effort to appear composed, and facing Mrs. Scudder with an air of dignified suavity, inquired if it would not be best to put Jim Marvin in the oven now, while Candace was getting the pies ready, meaning, of course, a large turkey, which was to be the first in an indefinite series to be baked that morning. And discovering by Mrs. Scudder's dazed expression and a vigorous pinch from Candace that somehow she had not improved matters, she rubbed her spectacles in a diagonal manner across her eyes and stood glaring through them with a helpless expression which in a less judicious person might have suggested the idea of a state of slight intoxication. But the exigencies of an immediate temporal dispensation put an end to Miss Prissy's unwonted vagaries, and she was soon to be seen flying round like a meteor, dusting, shaking curtains, counting napkins, wiping and sorting china, all with such rapidity as to give rise to the idea that she actually existed in 40 places at once. Candace, whom the limits of her corporeal frame restricted to an altogether different style of locomotion, often rolled the whites of her eyes after her, and gave vent to her views of her proceedings in sententious expressions. "Do you know why dat ar never was married?" she said to Mary, as she stood looking after her. Miss Prissy had made one of those rapid transits through the apartment. "No," answered Mary innocently. "Why was not she?" "Because never was a man could run fast enough to catch her," said Candace, and then her portly person shook with the impulse of her own wit. By 2 o'clock a goodly company began to assemble. Mrs. Deacon Twitchel arrived, soft, pillowy, and plaintive as ever, accompanied by Cerinthy Ann, a comely damsel, tall and trim, with a bright black eye and a most vigorous and determined style of movement. Good Mrs. Jones, broad, expansive, and solid, having vegetated tranquilly on in the cabbage garden of the virtues since 3 years ago, when she graced our tea party, was now as well preserved as ever, and brought some fresh butter, a tin pail of cream, and a loaf of cake made on a new Philadelphia receipt. The tall, spare, angular figure of Mrs. Simeon Brown only was wanting, but she patronized Mrs. Scudder no more, and tossed her head with a becoming pride when her name was mentioned. The quilt pattern was gloriously drawn in oak leaves, done in indigo, and soon all the company, young and old, were passing busy fingers over it, and conversation went on briskly. Madame de Frontignac, we must not forget to say, had entered with hearty abandon into the spirit of the day. She had dressed the tall china vases on the mantelpieces, and, departing from the usual rule of an equal mixture of roses and asparagus bushes, had constructed 2 quaint and graceful bouquets, where garden flowers were mingled with drooping grasses and trailing wild vines, forming a graceful combination which excited the surprise of all who saw it. "It's the very first time in my life that I ever saw grass put into a flower-pot," said Miss Prissy, "but I must say it looks as handsome as a picture. Mary, I must say," she added in an aside, "I think that Madame de Frontignac is the sweetest dressing and appearing creature I ever saw. She don't dress up nor put on airs, but she seems to see in a minute how things ought to go. And if it's only a bit of grass or leaf or wild vine that she puts in her hair, why, it seems to come just right. I should like to make her a dress, for I know she would understand my fit. Do speak to her, Mary, in case she should want a dress fitted here, to let me try it." At the quilting, Madame de Frontignac would have her seat, and soon won the respect of the party by the dexterity with which she used her needle, though when it was whispered that she learned to quilt among the nuns, some of the elderly ladies exhibited a slight uneasiness, as being rather doubtful whether they might not be encouraging papistical opinions by allowing her an equal share in the work of getting up their minister's bed-quilt. But the younger part of the company were quite captivated by her foreign air and the pretty manner in which she lisped her English, and Cerinthy Ann even went so far as to horrify her mother by saying that she wished she'd been educated in a convent herself, a declaration which arose less from native depravity than from a certain vigorous disposition which often shows itself in young people to shock the current opinions of their elders and betters. Of course the conversation took a general turn, somewhat in unison with the spirit of the occasion, and whenever it flagged, some allusion to a forthcoming wedding, or some sly hint to the future young madam of the parish, was sufficient to awake the dormant animation of the company. Cerinthy Ann contrived to produce an agreeable electric shock by declaring that for her part she never could see into it, how any girl could marry a minister, that she should as soon think of setting up housekeeping in a meeting-house. "Oh, Cerinthy Ann," exclaimed her mother, "how can you go on so?" "It's a fact," said the adventurous damsel. "Now, other men let you have some peace, but a minister's always round under your feet." "So you think the less you see of a husband the better?" said one of the ladies. "Just my views," said Cerinthy, giving a decided snip to her thread with her scissors. "I like the Nantucketers that go off on 4 years' voyages and leave their wives a clear field. If ever I get married, I'm going up to have one of those fellows." It is to be remarked in passing that Miss Cerinthy Ann was at this very time receiving surreptitious visits from a consumptive-looking, conscientious young theological candidate, who came occasionally to preach in the vicinity, and put up at the house of the deacon her father. This good young man, being violently attacked on the doctrine of election by Miss Cerinthy, had been drawn on to illustrate it in a most practical manner to her comprehension, and it was the consciousness of the weak and tottering state of the internal garrison that added vigour to the young lady's tones. As Mary had been the chosen confidante of the progress of this affair, she was quietly amused at the demonstration. "You'd better take care, Cerinthy Ann," said her mother. "They say that those who sing before breakfast will cry before night. Girls talk about getting married," she said, relapsing into a gentle, didactic melancholy, without realizing its awful responsibilities. "Oh, as to that," said Cerinthy, "I've been practising on my pudding now these 6 years, and I shouldn't be afraid to throw one up chimney with any girl." This speech was founded on a tradition current in those times, that no young lady was fit to be married till she could construct a boiled Indian pudding of such durability that it could be thrown up chimney and come down on the ground outside without breaking, and the consequence of Cerinthy Ann's sally was a general laugh. "Girls ain't what they used to be in my day," sententiously remarked an elderly lady. "I remember my mother told me when she was 13 she could knit a long cotton stocking in a day." "I haven't much faith in these stories of old times. Have you, girls?" said Cerinthy, appealing to the younger members at the frame. "At any rate," said Mrs. Twitchel, "our minister's wife will be a pattern. I don't know anybody as goes beyond her, either in spinning or fine stitching." Mary sat as placid and disengaged as the new moon, and listened to the chatter of old and young with the easy quietness of a young heart that has early outlived life, and looks on everything in the world from some gentle, restful eminence far on towards a better home. She smiled at everybody's word, had a quick eye for everybody's wants, and was ready with thimble, scissors, or thread whenever any one needed them. But once, when there was a pause in the conversation, she and Mrs. Marvyn were both discovered to be stolen away. They were seated on the bed in Mary's little room, with their arms around each other, communing in low and gentle tones. "Mary, my dear child," said her friend, "this event is very pleasant to me, because it places you permanently near me. I did not know but eventually this sweet face might lead to my losing you, who are in some respects the dearest friend I have." "You might be sure," said Mary, "I never would have married except that my mother's happiness and the happiness of so good a friend seemed to depend on it. When we renounce self in anything, we have reason to hope God's blessings, and so I feel assured of a peaceful life in the course I have taken. You will always be as a mother to me," she added, laying her head on her friend's shoulder. "Yes," said Mrs. Marvyn, "and I must not let myself think a moment how dear it might have been to have you more my own. If you feel really, truly happy, if you can enter on this life without any misgivings, I can," said Mary firmly. At this instant, very strangely, the string which confined a wreath of sea-shells around her glass, having been long undermined by moths, suddenly broke and fell down, scattering the shells upon the floor. Both women started, for the string of shells had been placed there by James, and though neither were superstitious, this was one of those odd coincidences that make hearts throb. "Dear boy," said Mary, gathering the shells up tenderly, "wherever he is, I shall never cease to love him. It makes me feel sad to see this come down, but it is only an accident. Nothing of him will ever fail out of my heart." Mrs. Marvyn clasped Mary closer to her, with tears in her eyes. "I'll tell you what, Mary, it must have been the moths did that," said Miss Prissy, who had been standing unobserved at the door for a moment back. "Moths will eat away strings just so. Last week Mrs. Vernon's great family picture fell down because the moths eat through the cord. People ought to use twine or cotton string always, but I came to tell you that the supper's all set, and the doctor out of his study, and all the people are wondering where you are." Mary and Mrs. Marvyn gave a hasty glance at themselves in the glass to be assured of their good keeping, and went into the great kitchen, where a long table stood exhibiting all that plenitude of provision which the immortal description of Washington Irving has saved us the trouble of representing in detail. The husbands, brothers, and lovers had come in, and the scene was redolent of gaiety. When Mary made her appearance, there was a moment's pause till she was conducted to the side of the doctor, when, raising his hand, he invoked a grace upon the loaded board. Unrestrained gaieties followed. Groups of young men and maidens chatted together, and all the gallantries of the times were enacted. Serious matrons commented on the cake, and told each other high and particular secrets in the culinary art, which they drew from remote family archives. One might have learned in that instructive assembly how best to keep moths out of blankets, how to make fritters of Indian corn undistinguishable from oysters, how to bring up babies by hand, and how to mend a cracked teapot, and how to take out grease from a brocade, and how to reconcile absolute decrees with free will, and how to make 5 yards of cloth answer the purpose of 6, and how to put down the Democratic party. All were busy, earnest, and certain, just as a swarm of men and women, old and young, are in 1859. Miss Prissy was in her glory. Every bow of her best cap was alive with excitement, and she presented to the eyes of astonished Newport gentry an animated receipt book. Some of the information she communicated, indeed, was so valuable and important that she could not trust the air with it, but whispered the most important portions in a confidential tone. Among the crowd, Cerinthy Ann's theological admirer was observed in deeply reflective attitude, and that high-spirited young lady added further to his convictions of the total depravity of the species by vexing and discomposing him in those 1,000 ways in which a lively, ill-conditioned young woman will put to rout a serious, well-disposed young man, comforting herself with the reflection that by and by she would repent of all her sins in a lump together. Vain, transitory splendors! Even this evening, so glorious, so heart-cheering, so fruitful in instruction and amusement, could not last forever. Gradually the company broke up. The matrons mounted soberly on horseback behind their spouses, and Cerinthy consoled her clerical friend by giving him an opportunity to read her a lecture on the way home, if he found the courage to do so. Mr. and Mrs. Marvyn and Candace wound their way soberly homeward. The doctor returned to his study for nightly devotions, and before long sleep settled down on the brown cottage. "I'll tell you what, Cato," said Candace, before composing herself to sleep, "I can't feel it in my bones that Section 36 of The Minister's Wooing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Minister's Wooing by Harriet Beecher Stowe, Chapter 31. A day or two after Madame de Frontignac and Mary went out to gather shells and seaweed on the beach. It was 4 o'clock, and the afternoon sun was hanging in the sultry sky of July with a hot and vaporous stillness. The whole air was full of blue haze that softened the outlines of objects without hiding them. The sea lay like so much glass. Every ship and boat was double. Every line and rope and spar had its counterpart. And it seemed hard to say which was the most real, the under or the upper world. Madame de Frontignac and Mary had brought along a little basket, which they were filling with shells and sea mosses. The former was in high spirits. She ran and shouted and exclaimed and wondered at each new marvel thrown out upon the shore with the abandon of a little child. Mary could not but wonder whether this indeed were she whose strong words had pierced and wrung her sympathies the other night, and whether a deep life-wound could lie bleeding under those brilliant eyes and that infantine exuberance of gaiety. Yet surely all that which seemed so strong, so true, so real, could not be gone so soon, and it could not be so soon consoled. Mary wondered at her as the Anglo-Saxon constitution, with its strong, firm intensity, its singleness of nature, wonders at the mobile, many-sided existence of warmer races, whose versatility of emotion on the surface is not incompatible with the most intense sameness lower down. Mary's was one of those indulgent and tolerant natures which seem to form the most favorable base for the play of other minds, rather than to be itself salient, and something about her tender calmness always seemed to provoke the spirit of frolic in her friend. She would laugh at her, kiss her, gambol round her, dress her hair with fantastic coiffures, and call her all sorts of fanciful and poetic names in French or English, while Mary surveyed her with a pleased and innocent surprise, as a revelation of character altogether new and different from anything to which she had been hitherto accustomed. She was to her a living pantomime, and brought into her unembellished life the charms of opera and theatre and romance. After wearying themselves with their researches, they climbed round a point of rock that stretched some way out into the sea, and attained to a little kind of grotto, where the high cliffs shut out the rays of the sun. They sat down to rest upon the rocks. A fresh breeze of declining day was springing up and bringing the rising tide landward, each several line of waves with their white crest coming up and breaking gracefully on the hard, sparkling sand beach at their feet. Mary's eyes fixed themselves, as they were apt to do, in a mournful reverie on the infinite expanse of waters, which was now broken and chopped into thousand incoming waves by the fresh afternoon breeze. Madame de Frontignac noticed the expression and began to play with her as if she had been a child. She pulled the comb from her hair and let down its long silky waves upon her shoulders. "Now," said she, "let us make a Miranda of thee. This is our cave. I will be Prince Ferdinand. Burr told me all about that. He reads beautifully, and explained it all to me. What a lovely story that is! You must be so happy who know how to read Shakespeare without learning. Tenez, I will put this shell on your forehead. It has a hole here, and I will pass this gold chain through. Now, what a pity this seaweed will not be pretty out of water. It has no effect, but there is some green that will do. Let me fasten it so. Now, fair Miranda, look at thyself. Where is the girl so angelic as not to feel a slight curiosity to know how she shall look in a new and strange costume? Mary bent over the rock, where a little pool of water lay in a brown hollow above the fluctuations of the tide, dark and still, like a mirror, and saw a fair face with a white shell above the forehead, and drooping wreaths of green seaweed in the silken hair, and a faint blush and smile rose on the cheek, giving the last finish to the picture. "How do you find yourself?" said Madame. "Confess now that I have a true talent in coiffure. Now I will be Ferdinand." She turned quickly, and her eye was caught by something that Mary did not see. She only saw the smile fade suddenly from Madame de Frontignac's cheek, and her lips grow deadly white, while her heart beat so that Mary could notice its flutterings under her black silk bodice. "Will the sea nymphs punish the rash presumption of a mortal who intrudes?" said Colonel Burr, stepping before them with a grace as invincible and assured as if he had never had any past history with either. Mary started with a guilty blush, like a child detected in an unseemly frolic, and put her hand to her head to take off the unwonted adornments. "Let me protest in the name of the Graces," said Burr, who by that time stood with easy calmness at her side, and as he spoke he stayed her hand with that gentle air of authority which made it the natural impulse of most people to obey him. "It would be treason against the picturesque," he added, "to spoil that toilet so charmingly uniting the wearer to the scene." Mary was taken by surprise and discomposed, as every one is who finds one's self masquerading in attire foreign to their usual habits and character, and therefore, when she would persist in taking it to pieces, Burr found sufficient to alleviate the embarrassment of Madame de Frontignac's utter silence in a playful run of protestations and compliments. "I think, Mary," said Madame de Frontignac, "that we had better be returning to the house." This was said in the haughtiest and coolest tone imaginable, looking at the place where Burr stood, as if there were nothing there but empty air. Mary rose to go. Madame de Frontignac offered her arm. "Permit me to remark, ladies," said Burr, with the quiet suavity which never forsook him, "that your very agreeable occupations have caused time to pass more rapidly than you are aware. I think you will find that the tide has risen so as to intercept the path by which you came here. You will hardly be able to get around the point of rocks without some assistance." Mary looked a few paces ahead and saw, a little before them, a fresh afternoon breeze driving the rising tide high on to the side of the rocks at whose foot their course had lain. The nook in which they had been sporting formed a part of a shelving ledge which inclined over their heads, and which it was just barely possible could be climbed by a strong and agile person, but which would be wholly inaccessible to a frail, unaided woman. "There is no time to be lost," said Burr, coolly, measuring the possibilities with that keen eye that was never discomposed by any exigency. "I am at your service, ladies. I can either carry you in my arms around this point, or assist you up these rocks." He paused and waited for their answer. Madame de Frontignac stood pale, cold, and silent, hearing only the wild beating of her heart. "I think," said Mary, "that we should try the rocks." "Very well," said Burr, and placing his gloved hand on a fragment of rock somewhat above their heads, he swung himself on to it with an easy agility. From this he stretched himself down as far as possible towards them, and extending his hand, directed Mary, who stood foremost, to set her foot on a slight projection and give him both her hands. She did so, and he seemed to draw her up as easily as if she had been a feather. He placed her by him on a shelf of rock, and turned again to Madame de Frontignac. She folded her arms and turned resolutely away towards the sea. Just at that moment a coming wave broke at her feet. "There is no time to be lost," said Burr. "There's a tremendous wave coming in, and the next wave may carry you out." "Tant mieux," she responded, without turning her head. "Oh, Virginie, Virginie!" exclaimed Mary, kneeling and stretching her arms over the rock. But another voice called Virginie in a tone which went to her heart. She turned and saw those dark eyes full of tears. "Oh, come," he said, with that voice which she could never resist. She put her cold, trembling hands into his, and he drew her up and placed her safely beside Mary. A few moments of difficult climbing followed, in which his arm was thrown now around one and then around the other, and they felt themselves carried with a force as if the slight and graceful form were strung with steel. Placed in safety on the top of the bank, there was a natural gush of grateful feeling towards their deliverer. The severest resentment, the coolest moral disapprobation, are necessarily somewhat softened when the object of them has just laid one under a personal obligation. Burr did not seem disposed to press his advantage, and treated the incident as the most matter-of-course affair in the world. He offered an arm to each lady with the air of a well-bred gentleman who offers a necessary support, and each took it because neither wished under the circumstances to refuse. He walked along leisurely homeward, talking in that easy, quiet, natural way in which he excelled, addressing no very particular remark to either one, and at the door of the cottage took his leave, saying as he bowed that he hoped neither of them would feel any inconvenience from their exertions, and that he should do himself the pleasure to call soon and inquire after their health. Madame de Frontignac made no reply, but curtsied with a stately grace, turned and went into her little room, whither Mary, after a few minutes, followed her. She found her thrown upon the bed, her face buried in the pillow, her breast heaving as if she were sobbing. But when, at Mary's entrance, she raised her head, her eyes were bright and dry. "It is just as I told you, Mary, that man holds me. I love him yet in spite of myself. It is in vain to be angry. What is the use of striking your right hand with your left? When we love one more than ourselves, we only hurt ourselves with our anger." "But," said Mary, "love is founded on respect and esteem, and when that is gone—" "Why, then," said Madame, "we are very sorry, but we love yet. Do we stop loving ourselves when we have lost our own self-respect? No. It is so disagreeable to see. We shut our eyes and ask to have the bandage put on. You know that. Poor little heart. You can think how it would have been with you if you had found that he was not what you thought." The word struck home to Mary's consciousness, but she sat down and took her friend in her arms with an air self-controlled, serious, rational. "I see and feel it all, dear Virginie, but I must stand firm for you. You are in the waves and I on the shore. If you are so weak at heart, you must not see this man any more." "But he will call. I will see him for you." "What will you tell him, my heart? Tell him that I am ill, perhaps?" "No, I will tell him the truth, that you do not wish to see him." "That is hard. He will wonder." "I think not," said Mary resolutely. "And furthermore, I shall say to him that while Madame de Frontignac is at the cottage, it will not be agreeable for us to receive calls from him." "Mary, ma chère, you astonish me." "My dear friend," said Mary, "it is the only way. This man, this cruel, wicked, deceitful man, must not be allowed to trifle with you in this way. I will protect you." And she rose up with flashing eye and glowing cheek, looking as her father looked when he protested against the slave trade. "Thou art my Saint Catherine," said Virginie, rising up, excited by Mary's enthusiasm, "and hast the sword as well as the palm. But, dear saint, don't think so very, very badly of him. He has a noble nature. He has the angel in him." "The greater his sin," said Mary. "He sins against light and love." "But I think his heart is touched. I think he is sorry. Oh, Mary, if you had only seen how he looked at me when he put out his hands on the rocks. There were tears in his eyes." "Well, there might be," said Mary. "I do not think he is quite a fiend. No one could look at those cheeks, dear Virginie, and not feel sad that saw you a few months ago." "Am I so changed?" she said, rising and looking at herself in the mirror. "Sure enough, my neck used to be quite round. Now you can see those two little bones like rocks at low tide. Poor Virginie, her summer is gone, and the leaves are falling. Poor little cat!" and Virginie stroked her own chestnut head as if she had been pitying another, and began humming a little Norman air with a refrain that sounded like the murmur of a brook over the stones. The more Mary was touched by these little poetic ways, which ran just on an even line between the gay and the pathetic, the more indignant she grew with the man that had brought all this sorrow. She felt a saintly vindictiveness and a determination to place herself as an adamantine shield between him and her friend. There is no courage and no anger like that of a gentle woman when once fully roused. If ever you have
Section 37 of the Minister's Wooing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Minister's Wooing by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 32. Mary revolved the affairs of her friend in her mind during the night. The intensity of the mental crisis through which she herself had just passed had developed in her many inward respects, so that she looked upon life no longer as a timid girl, but as a strong, experienced woman. She had thought and suffered and held converse with eternal realities, until thousands of mere earthly hesitations and timidities that often restrain a young and untried nature had entirely lost their hold upon her. Besides, Mary had at heart the Puritan seed of heroism, never absent from the souls of true New England women. Her essentially Hebrew education, trained in daily converse with the words of prophets and seers, and with the modes of thought of a grave and heroic people, predisposed her to a kind of exaltation which, in times of great trial, might rise to the heights of the religious sublime, in which the impulse of self-devotion and protection took a form essentially commanding. The very intensity of the repression under which her faculties developed seemed, as it were, to produce a surplus of hidden strength, which came out in exigencies. Her reading, though restricted to few volumes, had been of the kind that vitalized and stimulated a poetic nature, and laid up in its chambers vigorous words and trenchant phrases for the use of an excited feeling, so that eloquence came to her as a native gift. She realized, in short, in her higher hours, the last touch with which Milton finishes his portrait of an ideal woman. Greatness of mind and nobleness their seat, build in her loftiest, and create an awe about her as a guard angelic placed. The next morning, Colonel Burr called at the cottage. Mary was spinning in the garret, and Madame de Frontenac was reeling yarn, when Mrs. Scudder brought this announcement. "Mother," said Mary, "I wish to see Mr. Burr alone. Madame de Frontenac will not go down." Mrs. Scudder looked surprised, but asked no questions. When she was gone down, Mary stood a moment reflecting. Madame de Frontenac looked eager and agitated. "Remember and notice all he says, and just how he looks, Mary, so as to tell me. And be sure and say that I thank him for his kindness yesterday. We must own he appeared very well there, did he not?" "Certainly," said Mary, "but no man could have done less." "Ah, but Mary, not every man could have done it as he did. Now don't be too hard on him, Mary. I have said dreadful things to him. I am afraid I have been too severe. After all, these distinguished men are so tempted. We don't know how much they are tempted, and who can wonder that they are a little spoiled? So, my angel, you must be merciful." "Merciful!" said Mary, kissing the pale cheek and feeling the cold little hands that trembled in hers. "So you will go down in your little spinning toilette, Mamie? I fancy you look as Joan of Arc did when she was keeping her sheep at Domremy. Go, and God bless thee." And Madame de Frontenac pushed her playfully forward. Mary entered the room where Burr was seated, and wished him good morning in a serious and placid manner, in which there was not the slightest trace of embarrassment or discomposure. "Shall I have the pleasure of seeing your fair companion this morning?" said Burr, after some moments of indifferent conversation. "No, sir. Madame de Frontignac desires me to excuse her to you." "Is she ill?" said Burr, with a look of concern. "No, Mr. Burr, she prefers not to see you." Burr gave a start of well-bred surprise, and Mary added, "Madame de Frontignac has made me familiar with the history of your acquaintance with her, and you will therefore understand what I mean, Mr. Burr, when I say that during the time of her stay with us we would prefer not to receive calls from you. Your language, Miss Scudder, has certainly the merit of explicitness." "I intend it shall have, sir," said Mary tranquilly. "Half the misery of the world comes of want of courage to speak and to hear the truth plainly, and in a spirit of love." "I am gratified that you insert the last clause, Miss Scudder. I might not otherwise recognize the gentle being whom I have always regarded as the impersonation of all that is softest in woman. I have not the honor of understanding in the least the reason of this apparently capricious sentence, but I bow to it in submission." "Mr. Burr," said Mary, walking up to him, and looking him full in the eyes with an energy that for the moment bore down his practised air of easy superiority, "I wish to speak to you for a moment as one immortal soul should to another, without any of those false glosses and deceits which men call ceremony and good manners. You have done a very great injury to a lovely lady, whose weakness ought to have been sacred in your eyes, precisely because you are what you are, strong, keen, penetrating, able to control and govern all who come near you, because you have the power to make yourself agreeable, interesting, fascinating, and to win esteem and love. Just for that reason you ought to hold yourself the guardian of every woman, and treat her as you would wish any man to treat your own daughter. I leave it to your own conscience whether this is the manner in which you have treated Madame de Frontignac." "Upon my word, Miss Scudder," began Burr, "I cannot imagine what representations our mutual friend may have been making. I assure you our intercourse has been as irreproachable as the most scrupulous could desire." "Irreproachable! Innocent! Mr. Burr, you know that you have taken the very life out of her. You men can have everything, ambition, wealth, power, 1,000 ways are open to you, and women have nothing but their hearts, and when that is gone, all is gone. Mr. Burr, you remember the rich man that had flocks and herds, but nothing would do for him but he must have the one little ewe lamb which was all his poor neighbor had. Thou art the man. You have stolen all the love she has to give, all that she had to make a happy home, and you can never give her anything in return without endangering her purity and her soul, and you knew you could not. I know you men think this is a light matter, but it is death to us. What will this woman's life be? One long struggle to forget, and when you have forgotten her, and are going on gay and happy, when you have thrown her very name away as a faded flower, she will be praying, hoping, fearing for you. Though all men deny you, yet will not she. Yes, Mr. Burr, if ever your popularity and prosperity should leave you, and those who now flatter should despise and curse you, she will always be interceding with her own heart, and with God for you, and making 1,000 excuses when she cannot deny, and if you die, as I fear you have lived, unreconciled to the God of your fathers, it will be in her heart to offer up her very soul for you, and to pray that God will impute all your sins to her, and give you heaven. Oh, I know this, because I have felt it in my own heart." And Mary threw herself passionately down into a chair, and broke into an agony of uncontrolled sobbing. Burr turned away and stood looking through the window. Tears were dropping silently, unchecked by the cold, hard pride which was the evil demon of his life. It is due to our human nature to believe that no man could ever have been so passionately and enduringly loved and revered by both men and women as he was, without a beautiful and lovable nature. No man ever demonstrated more forcibly the truth, that it is not a man's natural constitution, but the use he makes of it which stamps him as good or evil. The diviner part of him was weeping, and the cold, proud demon was struggling to regain his lost ascendancy. Every sob of the fair, inspired child who had been speaking to him seemed to shake his heart. He felt as if he could have fallen on his knees to her, and yet that stoical habit, which was the boast of his life, which was the highest wisdom he taught to his only and beautiful daughter, was slowly stealing back round his heart, and he pressed his lips together, resolved that no word should escape till he had fully mastered himself. In a few moments Mary rose with renewed calmness and dignity, and approaching him, said, "Before I wish you a good morning, Mr. Burr, I must ask pardon for the liberty I have taken in speaking so very plainly." "There is no pardon needed, my dear child," said Burr, turning and speaking very gently, and with a face expressive of a softened concern. "If you have told me harsh truths, it was with gentle intentions. I only hope that I may prove, at least by the future, that I am not altogether so bad as you imagine. As to the friend whose name has been passed between us, no man can go beyond me in a sense of her real nobleness. I am sensible how little I can ever deserve the sentiment with which she honors me. I am ready, in my future course, to obey any commands that you and she may think proper to lay upon me." "The only kindness you can now do her," said Mary, "is to leave her. It is impossible that you can be merely friends. It is impossible, without violating the holiest bonds, that you can be more. The injury done is irreparable, but you can avoid adding another and greater one to it." Burr looked thoughtful. "May I say one thing more?" said Mary, the color rising in her cheeks. Burr looked at her with that smile that always drew out the confidence of every heart. "Mr. Burr," she said, "you will pardon me, but I cannot help saying this. You have, I am told, wholly renounced the Christian faith of your fathers, and build your whole life on quite another foundation. I cannot help feeling that this is a great and terrible mistake. I cannot help wishing that you would examine and reconsider." "My dear child, I am extremely grateful to you for your remark, and appreciate fully the purity of the source from which it springs. Unfortunately, our intellectual beliefs are not subject to the control of our will. I have examined, and the examination has, I regret to say, not had the effect you would desire." Mary looked at him wistfully. He smiled and bowed, all himself again, and stopping at the door, he said with a proud humility, "Do me the favor to present my devoted regard to your friend. Believe me, that hereafter you shall have less reason to complain of me." He bowed and was gone. An eyewitness of the scene has related that when Burr resigned his seat as president of his country's Senate, he was an object of peculiar political bitterness and obloquy. Almost all who listened to him had made up their minds that he was an utterly faithless, unprincipled man, and yet such was his singular and peculiar personal power that his short farewell address melted the whole assembly into tears, and his most embittered adversaries were charmed into a momentary enthusiasm of admiration. It must not be wondered at, therefore, if our simple-hearted, loving Mary strangely found all her indignation against him gone, and herself little disposed to criticize the impassioned tenderness with which Madame de Frontenac still regarded him. We have one thing more that we cannot avoid saying of two men so singularly in juxtaposition as Aaron Burr and Dr. Hopkins. Both had a perfect logic of life, and guided themselves with an inflexible rigidity by it. Burr assumed individual pleasure to be the great object of human existence, and Dr. Hopkins placed it in a life altogether beyond self. Burr rejected all sacrifice. Hopkins considered sacrifice as the foundation of all existence. To live as far as possible without a disagreeable sensation was an object which Burr proposed to himself as the summum bonum, for which he drilled down and subjugated a nature of singular richness. Hopkins, on the other hand, smoothed the asperities of a temperament naturally violent and fiery by a rigid discipline, which guided it entirely above the plane of self-indulgence, and in the pursuance of their great end, the one watched against his better nature as the other did against his worse. It is but fair, then, to take their lives as the practical workings of their respective Section 38 of the Minister's Wooing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Minister's Wooing by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 33. "Enfant, chère Sibylle," said Madame de Frontenac, when Mary came out of the room with her cheeks glowing and her eyes flashing with a still, unsubdued light. "Te voilà encore! What did he say, Mimi? Did he ask for me?" "Yes," said Mary, "he asked for you." "What did you tell him?" "I told him that you wished me to excuse you." "How did he look then? Did he look surprised?" "A good deal so, I thought," said Mary. "Allons, Mimi, tell me all you said and all he said." "Oh," said Mary, "I am the worst person in the world. In fact, I cannot remember anything that I have said. But I told him that he must leave you and never see you any more." "Oh, Mimi, never!" Madame de Frontenac sat down on the side of the bed with such a look of utter despair as went to Mary's heart. "You know that is best, Virginie, do you not?" "Oh, yes, I know it, but it is like death to me." "Ah, well, what shall Virginie do now?" "You have your husband," said Mary. "I do not love him," said Madame de Frontenac. "Yes, but he is a good and honorable man, and you should love him." "Love is not in our power," said Madame de Frontenac. "Not every kind of love," said Mary, "but some kinds. If you have an indulgent friend who protects you and cares for you, you can be grateful to him. You can try to make him happy, and in time you may come to love him very much. He is 1,000 times nobler man, if what you say is true, than the one who has injured you so." "Oh, Mary," said Madame de Frontenac, "there are some cases where we find it too easy to love our enemies." "More than that," said Mary. "I believe that if you were to go on patiently in the way of duty, and pray daily to God, that at last He will take out of your heart this painful love, and give you a true and healthy one. As you say, such feelings are very sweet and noble, but they are not the only ones we have to live by. We can find happiness in duty, in self-sacrifice, in calm, sincere, honest friendship. That is what you can feel for your husband." "Your words cool me," said Madame de Frontenac. "Thou art a sweet snow maiden, and my heart is hot and tired. I like to feel thee in my arms," she said, putting her arms around Mary, and resting her head upon her shoulder. "Talk to me so every day, and read me good, cool verses out of that beautiful book, and perhaps by and by I shall grow still and quiet like you." Thus Mary soothed her friend, but every few days this soothing had to be done over as long as Burr remained in Newport. When he was finally gone, she grew more calm. The simple, homely ways of the cottage, the healthful routine of daily domestic toils into which she delighted to enter, brought refreshment to her spirits. That fine tact and exquisite social sympathy which distinguishes the French above other nations caused her at once to enter into the spirit of the life in which she moved, so that she no longer shocked anyone's religious feelings by acts forbidden to the Puritan idea of the Sabbath, or failed in any of the exterior proprieties of religious life. She also read and studied with avidity the English Bible, which came to her with the novelty of a wholly new book, and in a new language. Nor was she without a certain artistic valuation of the austere precision and gravity of the religious life by which she was surrounded. "It is sublime, but a little glacial, like the Alps," she sometimes said to Mary and Mrs. Marvyn when speaking of it. "But then," she added playfully, "there are the flowers, les roses des Alpes, and the air is very strengthening, and it is near to heaven, il faut avouer." We have shown how she appeared to the eye of New England life. It may not be uninteresting to give a letter to one of her friends which showed how the same appeared to her. It was not a friend with whom she felt on such terms that her intimacy with Burr would furnish any allusions to her correspondence. "You behold me, my charming Gabrielle, quite pastoral, recruiting from the dissipations of my Philadelphia life in a lovely quiet cottage, with most worthy, excellent people, whom I have learnt to love very much. They are good and true, as pious as the saints themselves, although they do not belong to the true church, a thing which I am sorry for. But then let us hope that if the world is wide, heaven is wider, and that all worthy and religious people will find room at last. This is Virginie's own little pet private heresy, and when I tell it to the Abbé, he only smiles, and so I think somehow that it is not so very bad as it might be. We have had a very gay life in Philadelphia, and now I am growing tired of the world, and think I shall retire to my cheese, like La Fontaine's rat. These people in the country here in America have a character quite their own, very different from the life of cities, where one sees, for the most part, only a continuation of the forms of good society which exist in the old world. In the country these people seem simple, grave, severe, always industrious, cold and reserved in their manners towards each other, but with great warmth of heart. They are all obedient to the word of their priest, whom they call a minister, and who lives among them just like any other man, and marries and has children. Everything in their worship is plain and austere. Their churches are perfectly desolate. They have no chants, no pictures, no carvings, only a most disconsolate, bare building, where they meet together and sing one or two hymns, and the minister makes one or two prayers all out of his own thoughts, and then gives them a long, long discourse about things which I cannot understand English enough to comprehend. There is a very beautiful, charming young girl here, the daughter of my hostess, who is as lovely and as saintly as St. Catherine, and has such a genius for religion that if she had been in our church she would certainly have made a saint. Her mother is a respectable and worthy matron, and the good priest lives in the family. I think he is a man of very sublime religion, as much above this world as a great mountain, but he has the true sense of liberty and fraternity, for he has dared to oppose with all his might this detestable and cruel trade in poor Negroes, which makes us, who are so proud of the example of America in asserting the rights of man, so ashamed of her inconsistencies. Well now, there is a little romance getting up in the cottage, for the good priest has fixed his eyes on the pretty saint, and has discovered, what he must be blind not to see, that she is very lovely. And so, as he can marry, he wants to make her his wife, and her mamma, who adores him as if he were God, is quite set upon it. The sweet Marie, however, has had a lover of her own in her little heart, a beautiful young man who went to sea, as heroes always do, to seek his fortune. And the cruel sea has drowned him, and the poor little saint has wept and prayed her very life out on his grave, till she is so thin and sweet and mournful that it makes one's heart ache to see her smile. In our church, Gabrielle, she would have gone into a convent, but she makes a vocation of her daily life, and goes round the house so sweetly, doing all the little work that is to be done, as sacredly as the nuns pray at the altar. For you must know, here in New England, the people for the most part keep no servants, but perform all the household work themselves, with no end of spinning and sewing besides. It is the true Arcadia, where you find refined and cultivated natures busying themselves with the simplest toils. for these people are well-read and well-bred, and truly ladies in all things. And so, my little Marie and I, we feed the hens and chickens together, and we search for eggs in the hay in the barn, and they have taught me to spin at their great wheel, and a little one, too, which makes a noise like the humming of a bee. But where am I? Oh, I was telling about the romance. Well, so the good priest has proposed for my Marie, and the dear soul has accepted him, as the nun accepts the veil, for she only loves him filially and religiously. And now they are going on in their way with preparations for the wedding. They had what they call a quilting here the other night, to prepare the bride's quilt, and all the friends in the neighborhood came. It was very amusing to see. The morals of this people are so austere that young men and girls are allowed the greatest freedom. They associate and talk freely together, and the young men walk home alone with the girls after evening parties. And most generally the young people, I am told, arrange their marriages among themselves before the consent of the parents is asked. This is very strange to us. I must not weary you, however, with the details. I watch my little romance daily, and will let you hear further as it progresses. With 1,000 kisses, I
Section 39 of the Minister's Wooing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Davis. The Minister's Wooing by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 34. Meanwhile, wedding proceedings were going on at the cottage with that consistent vigor with which Yankee people always drive operations when they know precisely what they are about. The wedding day was definitively fixed for the 1st of August, and every one of the 2 weeks between had its particular significance and value precisely marked out and arranged in Mrs. Katy Scudder's comprehensive and systematic schemes. It was settled that the newly wedded pair were, for a while at least, to reside at the cottage. It might have been imagined, therefore, that no great external changes were in contemplation, but it is astonishing to see the amount of grave discussion, the amount of consulting, advising, and running abstractedly to and fro, which can be made to result out of an apparently slight change in the relative position of two people in the same house. Dr. Hopkins really opened his eyes with calm amazement. Good modest soul! He had never imagined himself the hero of so much preparation. He heard his name constantly from morning to night occurring in busy consultations that seemed to be going on between Miss Prissy and Mrs. Deacon Twitchell and Mrs. Scudder and Mrs. Jones, and quietly wondered what they could have so much more than usual to say about him. For a while it seemed to him that the whole house was about to be torn to pieces. He was even requested to step out of his study one day, into which immediately entered, in his absence, two of the most vigorous women of the parish, who proceeded to uttermost measures, first pitching everything into pie, so that the doctor, who returned disconsolately to look for a book, at once gave up himself and his system of divinity as entirely lost, until assured by one of the ladies, in a condescending manner, that he knew nothing about the matter, and that if he would return after half a day, he would find everything right again, a declaration in which he tried to have unlimited faith, and where he found the advantage of a mind accustomed to believe in mysteries. And it is to be remarked that on his return he actually found his table in most perfect order, with not a single one of his papers missing. In fact, to his ignorant eye, the room looked exactly as it did before, and when Miss Prissy eloquently demonstrated to him that every inch of that paint had been scrubbed, and the windows taken out and washed inside and out, and rinsed through 3 waters, and that the curtains had been taken down and washed, and put through a blue water, and starched and ironed and put up again, he only innocently wondered in his ignorance what there was in a man's being married that made all these ceremonies necessary. but the doctor was a wise man, and in cases of difficulty kept his mind much to himself, and therefore he only informed these energetic practitioners that he was extremely obliged to them, accepting the matter by simple faith, an example which we recommend to all good men in similar circumstances. The house throughout was subjected to similar renovations. Everything in every chest, or trunk, or box, was vigorously pulled out and hung out on lines in the clothes-yard to air. For when once the spirit of enterprise has fairly possessed a group of women, it assumes the form of a prophetic fury, and carries them beyond themselves. Let not any ignorant mortal of the masculine gender, at such hours, rashly dare to question the promptings of the genius that inspires them. Spite of all the treatises that have lately appeared to demonstrate that there is no particular inherent diversity between men and women, we hold to the opinion that one thorough season of house-cleansing is sufficient to demonstrate the existence of awful and mysterious differences between the sexes, and of subtle and reserved forces in the female line, before which the lords of creation can only veil their faces with a discreet reverence, as our doctor has done. In fact, his whole deportment on the occasion was characterized by humility so edifying as really to touch the hearts of the whole synod of matrons. And Miss Prissy rewarded him by declaring impressively her opinion that he was worthy to have a voice in the choosing the wedding dress, and she actually swooped him up, just in a very critical part of a distinction between natural and moral ability, and conveyed him bodily, as fairy sprites know how to convey the most ponderous of mortals, into the best room, where 3 specimens of brocade lay spread out upon a table for inspection. Mary stood by the side of the table, her pretty head bent reflectively downward, her cheek just resting upon the tip of one of her fingers, as she stood looking thoughtfully through the brocades at something deeper that seemed to lie under them. And when the doctor was required to give judgment on the articles, it was observed by the matrons that his large blue eyes were resting upon Mary with an expression that almost glorified his face. And it was not until his elbow was repeatedly shaken by Miss Prissy that he gave a sudden start and fixed his attention, as was requested, upon the silks. It had been one of Miss Prissy's favourite theories, that dear blessed man had taste enough if he would only give his mind to things. And in fact the doctor rather verified the remark on the present occasion, for he looked very conscientiously and soberly at the silks, and even handled them cautiously and respectfully with his fingers, and listened with grave attention to all that Miss Prissy told him of their price and properties, and then laid his finger down on one whose snow-white ground was embellished with a pattern representing lilies of the valley on a background of green leaves. "This is the one," he said, with an air of decision. And then he looked at Mary and smiled, and a murmur of universal approbation broke out. A chorus of loud acclamations, in which Miss Prissy's voice took the lead, conveyed to the innocent-minded doctor the idea that in some mysterious way he had distinguished himself in the eyes of his feminine friends, whereat he retired to his study, slightly marvelling, but on the whole well pleased, as men generally are when they do better than they expect. And Miss Prissy, turning out all profaner persons from the apartment, held a solemn consultation, to which only Mary, Mrs. Scudder, and Madame de Frontignac were admitted. For it is to be observed that the latter had risen daily and hourly in Miss Prissy's esteem since her entrance into the cottage, and she declared that if she only would give her a few hints, she didn't believe but that she could make that dress look just like a Paris one, and rather intimated that in such a case she might almost be ready to resign all mortal ambitions. The afternoon of this day, just at that cool hour when the clock ticks so quietly in a New England kitchen, and everything is so clean and put away that there seems to be nothing to do in the house, Mary sat quietly down in her room to hem a ruffle. Everybody had gone out of the house on various errands. The doctor, with implicit faith, had surrendered himself to Mrs. Scudder and Miss Prissy to be conveyed up to Newport, and attend to various appointments in relation to his outer man, which he was informed would be indispensable in the forthcoming solemnities. Madame de Frontignac had also gone to spend the day with some of her Newport friends, and Mary, quite well pleased with the placid and orderly stillness which reigned through the house, sat pleasantly murmuring a little tune to her sewing, when suddenly the trip of a merry brisk foot was heard in the kitchen, and Miss Cerinthy Ann Twitchel made her appearance at the door, her healthy, glowing cheek wearing a still brighter colour from the exercise of a 3-mile walk in a July day. "Why, Cerinthy," said Mary, "how glad I am to see you." "Well, I have been meaning to come down all this week, but there is so much to do in haying time. But today I told mother I must come. I brought these down," she said, unfolding a dozen of snowy damask napkins, "that I spun myself, and was thinking of you almost all the while I spun them, so I suppose they ain't quite so wicked as they might be." We will remark here that Cerinthy Ann, in virtue of having a high stock of animal spirits and a great fullness of physical vigour, had very small proclivities toward the unseen and spiritual, but still always indulged a secret resentment at being classed as a sinner above many others, who as church members made such professions, and were, as she remarked, not a bit better than she was. She always, however, had cherished an unbounded veneration for Mary, and had made her the confidante of most of her important secrets, and it soon became very evident that she had come with one on her mind now. "Don't you want to come and sit out in the lot?" she said to her, after sitting a while, twirling her bonnet strings with the air of someone who has something to say, and does not know exactly how to begin upon it. Mary cheerfully gathered up her thread, scissors, and ruffling, and the two stepped over the window-sill, and soon found themselves seated cosily under the boughs of a large apple-tree, whose descending branches, meeting the tops of the high grass all around, formed a perfect seclusion, as private as heart could desire. They sat down, pushing away a place in the grass, and Cerinthy Ann took off her bonnet and threw it among the clover, exhibiting to view her glossy black hair, always trimly arranged in shining braids, except where some curls fell over the rich high colour of her cheeks. Something appeared to discompose her this afternoon. There were those evident signs of a consultation impending, which to an experienced eye are as unmistakable as the coming up of a shower in summer. Cerinthy began by passionately demolishing several heads of clover, remarking as she did so that she didn't see, for her part, how Mary could keep so calm when things were coming so near. And as Mary answered to this only with a quiet smile, she broke out again. "I don't see, for my part, how a young girl could marry a minister anyhow, but then I think you are just cut out for it. But what would anybody say if I should do such a thing?" "I don't know," said Mary innocently. "Well, I suppose everybody would hold up their hands. And yet, if I do say it myself," she added, colouring, "there are not many girls who could make a better minister's wife than I could, if I had a mind to try." "That I am sure of," said Mary, warmly. "I guess you are the only one that ever thought so," said Cerinthy, giving an impatient toss. "There's father all the while mourning over me, and mother too, and yet I don't see but that I do pretty much all that is done in the house, and they say I am a great comfort, in a temporal point of view. But oh, the groanings and the sighs that there are over me! I don't think it is pleasant to think that your best friends are thinking such awful things about you, when you are working your fingers off to help them. It is kind of discouraging, but I don't know what to do about it." And for a few moments Cerinthy sat demolishing buttercups, and throwing them up in the air, till her shiny black head was covered with golden flakes, while her cheek grew redder with something that she was going to say next. "Now, Mary, there is that creature. Well, you know, he won't take no for an answer. What shall I do?" "Suppose, then, you try yes," said Mary, rather archly. Oh, pshaw, Mary Scudder, you know better than that now. I look like it, don't I? Why, yes, said Mary, looking at Cerinthy deliberately. On the whole, I think you do. Well, one thing I must say, said Cerinthy. I can't see what he finds in me. I think he is 1,000 times too good for me. Why, you have no idea, Mary, how I have plagued him. I believe that man really is a Christian, she added, while something like a penitent tear actually glistened in those sharp, saucy black eyes. Besides, she added, I have told him everything I could think of to discourage him. I told him I had a bad temper, and didn't believe the doctrines, and couldn't promise that I ever should. And after all, that creature keeps right on, and I don't know what to tell him. Well, said Mary, mildly, do you think you really love him? Love him, said Cerinthy, giving a great flounce. To be sure I don't. Catch me loving any man. I told him last night I didn't, but it didn't do a bit of good. I used to think that man was bashful, but I declare I have altered my mind. He will talk and talk till I don't know what to do. I tell you, Mary, he talks beautifully, too, sometimes. Here Cerinthy turned quickly away, and began reaching passionately after clover heads. After a few moments she resumed. The fact is, Mary, that man needs somebody to take care of him, for he never thinks of himself. They say he has got the consumption, but he hasn't any more than I have. It is just the way he neglects himself, preaching, talking, visiting, nobody to take care of him, and see to his clothes, and nurse him up when he gets a little hoarse and run down. Well, I suppose if I am unregenerate, I do know how to keep things in order, and if I should keep such a man's soul in his body, I suppose I should be doing some good in the world, because if a minister don't live, of course he can't convert anybody. Just think of his saying that I could be a comfort to him. I told him it was perfectly ridiculous. And besides, says I, what will everybody think? I thought that I had really talked him out of the notion of it last night. But there he was again this morning, and told me he had derived a great encouragement from what I said. Well, the poor man really is lonesome. His mother's dead, and he hasn't any sisters. I asked him why he didn't go and take Miss Auladine Slocum. Everybody says she would make a first-rate minister's wife. Well, and what did he say to that? Said Mary. Well, something really silly about my looks, said Cerinthy, looking down. Mary looked up and remarked the shining black hair, the long dark lashes, lying down over a glowing cheek, where 2 arched dimples were nestling, and said quietly, Probably he is a man of taste, Cerinthy. I advise you to leave the matter entirely to his judgment. You don't really, Mary, said the damsel, looking up. Don't you think it would injure him if I should? I think not materially, said Mary. Well, said Cerinthy, rising, the men will be coming home from mowing before I get home, and want their supper. Mother has one of her headaches on this afternoon, so I can't stop any longer. There isn't a soul in the house knows where anything is when I am gone. If I should ever take it into my head to go off, I don't know what would become of father and mother. I was telling Mother the other day that I thought unregenerate folks were of some use in this world anyway. Does your mother know anything about it? Said Mary. Oh, as to Mother, I believe she has been hoping and praying about it these 3 months. She thinks that I am such a desperate case. It is the only way I'm to be brought in, as she calls it. That's what set me against him at first. But the fact is, if girls will let a man argue with them, he always contrives to get the best of it. I am provoked about it, too. But dear me, he is so meek there, it is no use of getting provoked at him. Well, I guess I will go home and think about it. As she turned to go, she looked really pretty. Her long lashes were wet with a twinkling moisture, like meadow grass after a shower, and there was a softened, childlike expression stealing over the careless gaiety of her face. Mary put her arms round her with a gentle, caressing movement, which the other returned with a hearty embrace. They stood locked in each other's arms, the bright, vigorous, strong-hearted girl, with that pale, spiritual face resting on her breast, as when the morning, songful and radiant, clasps the pale silver moon to her glowing bosom. "Look here now, Mary," said Cerinthy. "Your folks are all gone. You may as well walk with me. It's pleasant now." "Yes, I will," said Mary. "Wait a moment till I get my bonnet." In a few moments the two girls were walking together in one of those little pasture foot tracks which run cosily among huckleberry and juniper bushes, while Cerinthy eagerly pursued the subject she could not leave thinking of. Their path now wound over high ground that overlooked the distant sea, now lost itself in little copses of cedar and pitch pine, and now there came on the air the pleasant breath of new hay, which mowers were harvesting in adjoining meadows. They walked on as girls will, because when a young lady has once fairly launched on the enterprise of telling another all that he said, and just how he looked for the last 3 months, walks are apt to be indefinitely extended. Mary was, besides, one of the most seductive little confidantes in the world. She was so pure from all selfism, so heartily and innocently interested in what another was telling her, that people in talking with her found the subject constantly increasing in interest, although if they had really been called upon afterward to state the exact portion in words which she added to the conversation, they would have been surprised to find it so small. In fact, before Cerinthy Ann had quite finished her confessions, they were more than a mile from the cottage, and Section 40 of the Minister's Wooing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Davis. The Minister's Wooing by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 35. The sun was just setting, and the whole air and sea seemed flooded with rosy rays. Even the crags and rocks of the seashore took purple and lilac tints, and savins and junipers, had a painter been required to represent them, would have been found not without a suffusion of the same tints. Through the tremulous rosy sea of the upper air, the silver full moon looked out like some calm superior presence, which waits only for the flush of a temporary excitement to die away, to make its tranquilizing influence felt. Mary, as she walked homeward with this dreamy light about her, moved with a slower step than when borne along by the vigorous arm and determined motion of her young friend. It is said that a musical sound, uttered with decision by one instrument, always makes vibrate the corresponding chord of another, and Mary felt, as she left her positive but warm-hearted friend, a plaintive vibration of something in her own self, of which she was conscious her calm friendship for her future husband had no part. She fell into one of those reveries which she thought she had forever forbidden to herself, and there arose before her mind, like a picture, the idea of a marriage ceremony. But the eyes of the bridegroom were dark, and his curls were clustering in raven ringlets, and her hand throbbed in his as it had never throbbed in any other. It was just as she was coming out of a little grove of cedars, where the high land overlooks the sea, and the dream which came to her overcame her with a vague and yearning sense of pain. Suddenly she heard footsteps behind her, and someone said, "Mary." It was spoken in a choked voice, as one speaks in the crisis of a great emotion. And she turned and saw those very eyes, that very hair, yes, and the cold little hand throbbed with that very throb in that strong, living, manly hand. And, whether in the body or out of the body, she knew not, she felt herself borne in those arms, and words that spoke themselves in her inner heart, words profaned by being repeated, were on her ear. "Oh! Is this a dream? Is it a dream? James, are we in heaven? Oh, I have lived through such an agony. I have been so worn out. Oh, I thought you would never come." And then the eyes closed, and heaven and earth faded away together in a trance of blissful rest. But it was no dream, for an hour later you might have seen a manly form sitting in that self-same place, bearing in his arms a pale girl, whom he cherished as tenderly as a mother her babe. And they were talking together, talking in low tones, and in all this wide universe neither of them knew or felt anything but the great joy of being thus side by side. They spoke of love mightier than death, which many waters cannot quench. They spoke of yearnings, each for the other, of longing prayers, of hopes deferred, and then of this great joy, for she had hardly yet returned to the visible world. Scarce wakened from deadly faintness, she had not come back fully to the realm of life, only to that of love. And therefore it was that without knowing that she spoke, she had said all, and compressed the history of those 3 years into 1 hour. But at last, thoughtful for her health and provident of her weakness, he rose up and passed his arm around her to convey her home. And as he did so, he spoke one word that broke the whole charm. "You will allow me, Mary, the right of a future husband, to watch over your life and health?" Then came back the visible world, recollection, consciousness, and the great battle of duty. And Mary drew away a little and said, "Oh, James, you are too late. That can never be." He drew back from her. "Mary, are you married?" "Before God, I am," she said. "My word is pledged. I cannot retract it. I have suffered a good man to place his whole faith upon it, a man who loves me with his whole soul." "But, Mary, you do not love him." "That is impossible," said James, holding her off from him, and looking at her with an agonized eagerness. "After what you have just said, it is not possible." "Oh, James, I'm sure I don't know what I have said. It was all so sudden, and I didn't know what I was saying. But things that I must never say again. The day is fixed for next week. It is all the same as if you had found me his wife." "Not quite," said James, his voice cutting the air with a decided, manly ring. "I have some words to say to that yet." "Oh, James, will you be selfish? Will you tempt me to do a mean, dishonorable thing, to be false to my word deliberately given?" "But," said James eagerly, "you know, Mary, you never would have given it if you had known that I was living." "That is true, James, but I did give it. I have suffered him to build all his hopes of life upon it. I beg you not to tempt me. Help me to do right." "But, Mary, did you not get my letter?" "Your letter?" "Yes, that long letter that I wrote you." "I never got any letter, James." "Strange," he said. "No wonder it seems sudden to you." "Have you seen your mother?" said Mary, who was conscious this moment only of a dizzy instinct to turn the conversation from the spot where she felt too weak to bear it. "No. Do you suppose I should see anybody before you?" "Oh, then you must go to her," said Mary. "James, you don't know how she has suffered." They were drawing near to the cottage gate. "Do, pray," said Mary. "Go, hurry to your mother. Don't be too sudden either, for she's very weak. She is almost worn out with sorrow. Go, my dear brother. Dear you always will be to me." James helped her into the house, and they parted. All the house was yet still. The open kitchen door let in a sober square of moonlight on the floor. The very stir of the leaves in the trees could be heard. Mary went into her little room and threw herself upon the bed, weak, weary, yet happy. For deeper and higher above all other feelings was the great relief that he was living still. After a little while she heard the rattling of the wagon, and then the quick patter of Miss Prissy's feet, and her mother's considerate tones, and the doctor's grave voice, and quite unexpectedly to herself, she was shocked to find herself turning with an inward shudder from the idea of meeting him. How very wicked, she thought, how ungrateful, and she prayed that God would give her strength to check the first rising of such feelings. Then there was her mother, so ignorant and innocent, busy putting away baskets of things that she had bought in provision for the wedding day. Mary almost felt as if she had a guilty secret, but when she looked back upon the last 2 hours, she felt no wish to take them back. 2 little hours of joy and rest they had been, so pure, so perfect. She thought God must have given them to her as a keepsake, to remind her of His love, and to strengthen her in the way of duty. Some will perhaps think it an unnatural thing that Mary should have regarded her pledge to the doctor as of so absolute and binding a force, but they must remember the rigidity of her education. Self-denial and self-sacrifice had been the daily bread of her life. Every prayer, hymn, and sermon from her childhood had warned her to distrust her inclinations and regard her feelings as traitors. In particular had she been brought up within a superstitious tenacity in regard to the sacredness of a promise, and in this case the promise involved so deeply the happiness of a friend whom she had loved and revered all her life that she never thought of any way to escape from it. She had been taught that there was no feeling so strong but that it might be immediately repressed at the call of duty. And if the idea arose to her of this great love to another as standing in her way, she immediately answered it by saying, "How would it have been if I had been married? As I could have overcome then, so I can now." Mrs. Scudder came into her room with a candle in her hand, and Mary, accustomed to read the expressions of her mother's face, saw at a glance a visible discomposure there. She held the light so that it shone upon Mary's face. "Are you asleep?" she said. "No, mother." "Are you unwell?" "No, mother, only a little tired." Mrs. Scudder set down the candle and shut the door, and after a moment's hesitation said, "My daughter, I have some news to tell you, which I want you to prepare your mind for. Keep yourself quite quiet." "Oh, mother," said Mary, stretching out her hands towards her, "I know it. James has come home." "How did you hear?" said her mother with astonishment. "I have seen him, mother." Mrs. Scudder's countenance fell. "Where?" "I went to walk home with Cerinthy Twitchel, and as I was coming back he came up behind me just at Savin Rock." Mrs. Scudder sat down on the bed and took her daughter's hand. "I trust, my dear child," she said, and stopped. "I think I know what you are going to say, mother. It is a great joy and a great relief, but of course I shall be true to my engagement with the doctor." Mrs. Scudder's face brightened. "That is my own daughter. I might have known that you would do so. You would not, certainly, so cruelly disappoint a noble man that has set his whole faith on you." "No, mother, I shall not disappoint him. I told James that I should be true to my word." "He will probably see the justice of it," said Mrs. Scudder, in that easy tone with which elderly people are apt to dispose of the feelings of young persons. "Perhaps it may be something of a trial at first." Mary looked at her mother with incredulous blue eyes. The idea that feelings which made her hold her breath when she thought of them could be so summarily disposed of struck her as almost an absurdity. She turned her face wearily to the wall with a deep sigh, and said, "After all, mother, it is mercy enough and comfort enough to think that he is living. Poor cousin Ellen, too, what a relief to her! It is like life from the dead. Oh, I shall be happy enough. No fear of that." "And you know," said Mrs. Scudder, "that there has never existed any engagement of any kind between you and James. He had no right to found any expectations on anything you ever told him." "That is true also, mother," said Mary. "I had never thought of such a thing as marriage in relation to James." "Of course," pursued Mrs. Scudder, "he will always be to you as a near friend." Mary assented wearily. "There is but a week now before your wedding," continued Mrs. Scudder, "and I think Cousin James, if he is reasonable, will see the propriety of your mind being kept as quiet as possible. I heard the news this afternoon in town," pursued Mrs. Scudder, "from Captain Staunton, and then, by a curious coincidence, I received this letter from him from James, which came from New York by post. The brig that brought it must have been delayed out of the harbor." "Oh, please, mother, give it to me," said Mary, rising up with animation. "He mentioned having sent me one." "Perhaps you had better wait till morning," said Mrs. Scudder. "You are tired and excited." "Oh, mother, I think I shall be more composed when I know all that is in it," said Mary, still stretching out her hand. "Well, my daughter, you are the best judge," said Mrs. Scudder, and she set down the candle on the table and left Mary alone. It was a very thick Section 41 of the Minister's Wooing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Davis. The Minister's Wooing by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 36. My dearest Mary, I have lived through many wonderful scenes since I saw you last. My life has been so adventurous that I scarcely know myself when I think of it. But it is not of that I am going now to write. I have written all that to Mother, and she will show it to you. But since I parted from you, there has been another history going on within me, and that is what I wish to make you understand, if I can. It seems to me that I have been a changed man from that afternoon when I came to your window, where we parted. I have never forgotten how you looked then, nor what you said. Nothing in my life ever had such an effect on me. I thought that I loved you before, but I went away feeling that love was something so deep and high and sacred that I was not worthy to name it to you. I cannot think of the man in the world that is worthy of what you said you felt for me. From that hour there was a new purpose in my soul, a purpose which has led me upward ever since. I thought to myself in this way: there is some secret source from whence this inner life springs, and I knew that it was connected with the Bible which you gave me, and so I thought I would read it carefully and deliberately to see what I could make of it. I began with the beginning. It impressed me with a sense of something quaint and strange, something rather fragmentary, and yet there were spots all along that went right to the heart of a man who has to deal with life and things as I did. Now, I must say that the doctor's preaching, as I told you, never impressed me much in any way. I could not make any connection between it and the men I had to manage, and the things I had to do in my daily life. But there were things in the Bible that struck me otherwise. There was one passage in particular, and that was where Jacob started off from all his friends, to go off and seek his fortune in a strange country, and lay down to sleep all alone in the field, with only a stone for his pillow. It seemed to me exactly the image of what every young man is like when he leaves his home, and goes out to shift for himself in this hard world. I tell you, Mary, that one man alone on the great ocean of life feels himself a very weak thing. We are held up by each other more than we know, till we go off by ourselves into this great experiment. Well, there he was, as lonesome as I upon the deck of my ship, and so lying with a stone under his head. He saw a ladder in his sleep between him and heaven, and angels going up and down. That was a sight which came to the very point of his necessities. He saw that there was a way between him and God, and that there were those above who did care for him, and who could come to him to help him. Well, so the next morning he got up, and set up the stone to mark the place. And it says, Jacob vowed a vow, saying, If God will be with me, and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and raiment to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then shall the Lord be my God. Now there was something that looked to me like a tangible foundation to begin on. If I understand Dr. Hopkins, I believe he would have called that all selfishness. At first sight it does look a little so. But then I thought of it this way. Here he was, all alone. God was entirely invisible to him, and how could he feel certain that he really existed unless he could come into some kind of connection with him? The point that he wanted to be sure of was more than merely to know that there was a God who made the world. He wanted to know whether he cared anything about men, and would do anything to help them. And so, in fact, it was saying, if there is a God who interests himself at all in me, and will be my friend and protector, I will obey him so far as I can find out his will. I thought to myself, this is the great experiment, and I will try it. I made in my heart exactly the same resolution, and just quietly resolved to assume for a while, as a fact, that there was such a God, and whenever I came to a place where I could not help myself, just to ask his help honestly in so many words, and see what would come of it. Well, as I went on reading through the Old Testament, I was more and more convinced that all the men of those times had tried this experiment, and found that it would bear them. And in fact I did begin to find in my own experience a great many things happening so remarkably that I could not but think that somebody did attend even to my prayers. I began to feel a trembling faith that somebody was guiding me, and that the events of my life were not happening by accident, but working themselves out by his will. Well, as I went on in this way, there were other and higher thoughts kept rising in my mind. I wanted to be better than I was. I had a sense of a life much nobler and purer than anything I had ever lived, that I wanted to come up to. But in the world of men, as I found it, such feelings are always laughed down as romantic and impracticable and impossible. But about this time I began to read the New Testament, and then the idea came to me that the same power that helped me in the lower sphere of life would help me carry out these higher aspirations. Perhaps the Gospels would not have interested me so much if I had begun with them first, but my Old Testament life seemed to have schooled me, and brought me to a place where I wanted something higher. And I began to notice that my prayers were now more that I might be noble and patient and self-denying and constant in my duty than for any other kind of help. And then I understood what met me in the very first of Matthew. He shall be called Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins. I began now to live a new life, a life in which I felt myself coming into sympathy with you. For, Mary, when I began to read the Gospels, I took knowledge of you, that you had been with Jesus. The crisis of my life was that dreadful night of the shipwreck. It was as dreadful as the Day of Judgment. No words of mine can describe to you what I felt when I knew that our rudder was gone, and saw those hopeless rocks before us, what I felt for our poor men. But in the midst of it all, the words came into my mind, and Jesus was in the hinder part of the vessel asleep on a pillow, and at once I felt he was there. And when the ship struck, I was only conscious of an intense going out of my soul to him, like Peter's when he threw himself from the ship to meet him in the waters. I will not recapitulate what I have already written, the wonderful manner in which I was saved, and in which friends and help and prosperity and worldly success came to me again after life had seemed all lost. But now I am ready to return to my country, and I feel as Jacob did when he said, "With my staff I passed over this Jordan, but now am I become two bands." I do not need any arguments now to convince me that the Bible is from above. There is a great deal in it that I cannot understand, a great deal that seems to me inexplicable. But all I can say is, that I have tried its directions, and find that in my case they do work, that it is a book I can live by, and that is enough for me. And now, Mary, I am coming home again, quite another man from what I went out, with a whole new world of thought and feeling in my heart, and a new purpose, by which, please God, I mean to shape my life. All this, under God, I owe to you, and if you will let me devote my whole life to you, it will be a small return for what you have done for me. You know I left you wholly free. Others must have seen your loveliness and felt your worth, and you may have learnt to love some better man than I. But I know not what hope tells me that this will not be, and I shall find true what the Bible says of love, that many waters cannot quench it, nor floods drown. In any case, I shall always be from my very heart yours, and yours only, till death. James Marvyn. Mary rose, after reading this letter, wrapped into a divine state of exaltation, the pure joy in contemplating an infinite good to another, in which the question of self was utterly forgotten. He was then what she had always hoped and prayed he would be, and she pressed the thought triumphantly to her heart. He was that true and victorious man, that Christian able to subdue life, and to show in a perfect and healthy manly nature a reflection of the image of the superhuman excellence. Her prayers that night were aspirations and praises, and she felt how possible it might be so to appropriate the good and the joy and the nobleness of others, so as to have in them an eternal and satisfying pleasure. And with this came the dearer thought that she in her weakness and solitude had been permitted to put her hand to the beginning of a work so noble. The consciousness of good done to an immortal spirit is wealth that neither life nor death can take away. And so, Section 42 of the Minister's Wooing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Davis. The Minister's Wooing by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 37. It is a hard condition of our existence here that every exaltation must have its depression. God will not let us have heaven here below, but only such glimpses and faint showings as parents sometimes give to children, when they show them beforehand the jewelry and pictures, and stores of rare and curious treasures, which they hold in store for the possession of their riper years. So it very often happens that the man who, entranced by some rapturous excitement, has gone to bed an angel, feeling as if all sin were forever vanquished, and he himself immutably grounded in love, may wake the next morning with a sick headache, and if he be not careful, may scold about his breakfast like a miserable sinner. We will not say that our dear little Mary rose in this condition next morning, for although she had the headache, she had one of those natures in which somehow or other the combative element seems to be left out, so that no one ever knew her to speak a fretful word. But still, as we have observed, she had the headache and the depression, and then came the slow creeping sense of awakening up, through all her heart and soul, of 1,000,000 things that could be said only to one person, and that person one that it would be temptation and danger to say them to. She came out of her room to her morning work, with a face resolved and calm, but expressive of languor, with slight signs of some inward struggle. Madame de Frontignac, who had already heard the intelligence, threw 2 or 3 of her bright glances upon her at breakfast, and at once divined how the matter stood. She was of a nature so delicately sensitive to the most refined shades of honour, that she apprehended at once that there must be a conflict, though, judging by her own impulsive nature, she made no doubt that all would at once go down before the mighty force of reawakened love. After breakfast, she would insist upon following Mary about through all her avocations. She possessed herself of a towel, and would wipe the teacups and saucers while Mary washed. She clinked the glasses and rattled the cups and spoons, and stepped about as briskly as if she had 2 or 3 breezes to carry her train, and chattered half English and half French, for the sake of bringing into Mary's cheek the shy, slow dimples that she liked to watch. But still Mrs. Scudder was around, with an air as provident and forbidding as that of a setting hen who watches her nest. Nor was it till after all things had been cleared away in the house, and Mary had gone up into her little attic to spin, that the opportunity long sought came, of diving to the bottom of this mystery. "Enfant Marie, nous voilà. Are you not going to tell me anything, when I have turned my heart out to you like a bag? Cher enfant, how happy you must be," she said, embracing her. "Yes, I am very happy," said Mary, with calm gravity. "Very happy," said Madame de Frontignac, mimicking her manner. "Is that the way you American girls show it when you are very happy? Come, come, ma belle, tell little Virginie something. Thou hast seen this hero, this wandering Ulysses. He has come back at last. The tapestry will not be quite as long as Penelope's. Speak to me of him. Has he beautiful black eyes, and hair that curls like a grapevine? Tell me, ma belle." "I only saw him a little while," said Mary, "and I felt a great deal more than I saw. He could not have been any clearer to me than he always has been in my mind." "But I think," said Madame de Frontignac, seating Mary as was her wont, and sitting down at her feet, "I think you are a little triste about this. Very likely you pity the poor priest. It is sad for him, but a good priest has the church for his bride, you know." "You do not think," said Mary, speaking seriously, "that I shall break my promise, given before God, to this good man?" "Mon Dieu, mon enfant, you do not mean to marry the priest after all? Quelle idée!" "But I promised him," said Mary. Madame de Frontignac threw up her hands with an expression of vexation. "What a pity, my little one, you are not in the true church! Any good priest could dispense you from that." "I do not believe," said Mary, "in any earthly power that can dispense us from solemn obligations which we have assumed before God, and on which we have suffered others to build the most precious hopes. If James had won the affections of some girl, thinking as I do, I should not feel it right for him to leave her and come to me. The Bible says that the just man is he that sweareth to his own hurt, and changeth not." "This is the sublime of duty," said Madame de Frontignac, who, with the airy facility of her race, never lost her appreciation of the fine points of anything that went on under her eyes. But nevertheless she was inwardly resolved that, picturesque as this sublime of duty was, it must not be allowed to pass beyond the limits of a fine art, and so she recommenced. "Mais c'est absurde! This beautiful young man, with his black eyes and his curls, a real hero, a Theseus, Mary, just come home from killing a Minotaur, and loves you with his whole heart. And this dreadful promise. Why haven't you any sort of people in your church that can unbind you from promises? I should think the good priest himself would do it." "Perhaps he would," said Mary, "if I would ask him, but that would be the equivalent to a breach of it. Of course no man would marry a woman that asked to be dispensed. You are an angel of delicacy, my child. C'est admirable. But after all, Mary, this is not well. Listen now to me. You are a very sweet saint, and very strong in goodness. I think you must have a very strong angel that takes care of you. But think, cher enfant, think what it is to marry one man while you love another. But I love the doctor, said Mary, evasively. Love, said Madame de Frontignac. Oh, Marie, you may love him well, but you and I both know there is something deeper than that. What will you do with this young man? Must he move away from this place, and not be with his poor mother any more? Or can you see him, and hear him, and be with him after your marriage, and not feel that you love him more than your husband? I should hope that God would help me to feel right, said Mary. I am very much afraid he will not, ma chère, said Madame. I asked him a great many times to help me when I found how wrong it all was, and he did not. You remember what you told me the other day, that if I would do right I must not see that man any more. You will have to ask him to go away from this place. You can never see him. For this love will never die till you die. That you may be sure of. Is it wise? Is it right, dear little one? Must he leave his home forever for you? Or must you struggle always, and grow whiter and whiter and whiter, and fade away into heaven like the moon this morning, and nobody know what is the matter? People will say you have the liver complaint or the consumption or something. Nobody ever knows what we women die of. Poor Mary's conscience was fairly posed. This appeal struck upon her sense of right, as having its grounds. She felt inexpressibly confused and distressed. "Oh, I wish somebody would tell me exactly what is right," she said. "Well, I will," said Madame de Frontignac. "Go down to the dear priest, and tell him the whole truth. My dear child, do you think, if he should ever find it out after your marriage, he would think you used him right?" "And yet mother does not think so. Mother does not wish me to tell him." "Pauvrette! Always the mother. Yes, it is always the mothers that stand in the way of the lovers. Why cannot she marry the priest herself?" she said between her teeth, and then looked up, startled and guilty, to see if Mary had heard her. "I cannot," said Mary. "I cannot go against my conscience and my mother and my best friend." At this moment the conference was cut short by Mrs. Scudder's provident footstep on the garret stairs. A vague suspicion of something French had haunted her during her dairy work, and she resolved to come and put a stop to the interview by telling Mary that Miss Prissy wanted her to come and be measured for the skirt of her dress. Mrs. Scudder, by the use of that sixth sense peculiar to mothers, had divined that there had been some agitating conference, and had she been questioned about it, her guesses as to what it might be would probably have given no bad resume of the real state of the case. She was inwardly resolved that there should be no more such for the present, and kept Mary employed about various matters relating to the dresses so scrupulously that there was no opportunity for anything more of the sort that day. In the evening James Marvyn came down, and was welcomed with the greatest demonstrations of joy by all but Mary, who sat distant and embarrassed after the first salutations had passed. The doctor was innocently parental, but we fear that there was small reciprocation of the sentiments he expressed on the part of the young man. Miss Prissy, indeed, had had her heart somewhat touched, as good little women's hearts are apt to be by a true love story, and had hinted something of her feelings to Mrs. Scudder in a manner which brought such a severe rejoinder as quite humbled and abashed her, so that she coweringly took refuge under her former declaration that to be sure there couldn't be any man in the world better worthy of Mary than the doctor. while still at her heart she was possessed with that troublesome preference for unworthy people, which stands in the way of so many excellent things. But she went on vigorously sewing on the wedding dress, and pursing up her small mouth into the most perfect and guarded expression of non-committal, though, she said afterwards, it went to her heart to see how that poor young man did look sitting there, just as noble and as handsome as a picture. She didn't see, for her part, how anybody's heart could stand it. Then, to be sure, as Mrs. Scudder said, the poor doctor ought to be thought about. Dear, blessed man! What a pity it was things would turn out so! Not that it was a pity that Jim came home, that was a great providence, but a pity they hadn't known about it sooner. Well, for her part, she didn't pretend to say. The path of duty did have a great many hard places in it, etc. As for James, during his interview at the cottage, he waited and tried in vain for one moment's solitary conversation. Mrs. Scudder was immovable in her motherly kindness, sitting there smiling and chatting with him, but never stirring from her place by Mary. Madame de Frontignac was out of all patience, and determined in her small way to do something to discompose the fixed state of things. So, retreating to her room, she contrived, in very desperation, to upset and break a wash-pitcher, shrieking violently in French and English at the deluge which came upon the sanded floor and the little piece of carpet by the bedside. What housekeeper's instincts are proof against the crash of breaking china? Mrs. Scudder fled from her seat, followed by Miss Prissy. Ah, then and there, was hurrying to and fro, while Mary sat, quiet as a statue, bending over her sewing, and James, knowing that it must be now or never, was, like a flash, in the empty chair by her side, with his black moustache very near the bent brown head. "Mary," he said, "you must let me see you once more. All is not said, is it? Just hear me. Hear me once alone." "Oh, James, I am too weak. I dare not. I am afraid of myself." "You think," he said, "that you must take this course because it is right. But is it right? Is it right to marry one man when you love another better? I don't put this to your inclination, Mary. I know it would be of no use. I put it to your conscience." "Oh, I never was so perplexed before," said Mary. "I don't know what I do think. I must have time to reflect. And you! Oh, James, you must let me do right. There will never be any happiness for me if I do wrong, nor for you either." All this, while the sounds of running and hurrying in Madame de Frontignac's room had been unintermitted, and Miss Prissy, not without some glimmerings of perception into the state of things, was holding tight on to Mrs. Scudder's gown, detailing to her a most capital receipt for mending broken china, the history of which she traced regularly through all the families in which she had ever worked, varying the details with small items of family history, and little incidents as to the births, marriages, and deaths of different people for whom it had been employed, with all the particulars of how, where, and when, so that the time of James for conversation was by this means indefinitely extended. "Now," he said to Mary, "let me propose one thing. Let me go to the doctor and tell him the truth." "James, it does not seem to me that I can. A friend who has been so considerate, so kind, so self-sacrificing and disinterested, and whom I have allowed to go on with this implicit faith in me so long. Should you, James, think of yourself only?" "I do not, I trust, think of myself only," said James. "I hope that I am calm enough and have a heart to think for others. But I ask you, is it doing right to him to let him marry you in ignorance of the state of your feelings? Is it a kindness to a good and noble man to give yourself to him only seemingly, when the best and noblest part of your affection is gone wholly beyond your control? I am quite sure of that, Mary. I know you do love him very well, that you would make a most true, affectionate, constant wife to him, but what I know you feel for me is something wholly out of your power to give to him. Is it not, now?" "I think it is," said Mary, looking gravely and deeply thoughtful. "But then, James, I ask myself, what if all this had happened a week hence? My feelings would have been just the same, because they are feelings over which I have no more control than over my existence. I can only control the expression of them. But in that case you would not have asked me to break my marriage vow, and why now shall I break a solemn vow deliberately made before God? If what I can give him will content him, and he never knows that which would give him pain, what wrong is done him? I should think the deepest possible wrong done me, said James, if when I thought I had married a wife with a whole heart, I found that the greater part of it had been before that given to another. If you tell him, or if I tell him, or your mother, who is the more proper person, and he chooses to hold you to your promise, then, Mary, I have no more to say. I shall sail in a few weeks again, and carry your image forever in my heart. Nobody can take that away, and that dear shadow will be the only wife I shall ever know. At this moment Miss Prissy came rattling along towards the door, talking, we suspect designedly, in quite a high key. Mary hastily said, "Wait, James, let me think. Tomorrow is the Sabbath day. Monday I will send you word or see you." And when Miss Prissy returned into the best room, James was sitting at one window and Mary at another, he making remarks in a style of most admirable commonplace on a copy of Milton's Paradise Lost, which he had picked up in the confusion of the moment, and which at the time Mrs. Katy Scudder entered he was declaring to be a most excellent book, and a really truly valuable work. Mrs. Scudder looked keenly from one to the other, and saw that Mary's cheek was glowing like the deepest heart of a pink shell, while in all other respects she was as cold and calm. On the whole, she felt satisfied that no mischief had been done. We hope our readers will do Mrs. Scudder justice. It is true that she yet wore on her third finger the marriage ring of a sailor lover, and his memory was yet fresh in her heart. But even mothers who have married for love themselves somehow so blend their daughter's existence with their own as to conceive that she must marry their love and not her own. Besides this, Mrs. Scudder was an Old Testament woman, brought up with that scrupulous exactitude of fidelity in relation to promises which would naturally come from familiarity with a book where covenant-keeping is represented as one of the highest attributes of deity, and covenant-breaking as one of the vilest sins of humanity. To break the word that had gone forth out of one's mouth was to lose self-respect and all claim to the respect of others, and to sin against eternal rectitude. As we have said before, it is almost impossible to make our light-minded modern times comprehend the earnestness with which these people lived. It was, in the beginning, no vulgar or mercenary ambition that made Mrs. Scudder desire the doctor as a husband for her daughter. He was poor, and she had had offers from richer men. He was often unpopular, but he was the man in the world she most revered, the man she believed in with the most implicit faith, the man who embodied her highest idea of the good. And therefore it was that she was willing to resign her child to him. As to James, she had felt truly sympathetic with his mother and with Mary in the dreadful hour when they supposed him lost, and had it not been for the great perplexity occasioned by his return, she would have received him as a relative with open arms. But now she felt it her duty to be on the defensive, an attitude not the most favourable for cherishing pleasing associations in regard to another. She had read the letter giving an account of his spiritual experience with very sincere pleasure, as a good woman should, but not without an internal perception how very much it endangered her favourite plans. But when Mary had calmly reiterated her determination, she felt sure of her, for had she ever known her to say a thing she did not do? The uneasiness she felt at present was not the doubt of her daughter's steadiness,
Section 43 of the Minister's Wooing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Minister's Wooing by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 38. The next morning rose calm and fair. It was the Sabbath day, the last Sabbath in Mary's maiden life, if her promises and plans were fulfilled. Mary dressed herself in white, her hands trembling with unusual agitation, her sensitive nature divided between two opposing consciences and two opposing affections. Her devoted filial love towards the doctor made her feel the keenest sensitiveness at the thought of giving him pain. At the same time, the questions which James had proposed to her had raised serious doubts in her mind whether it was altogether right to suffer him blindly to enter into this union. So after she was all prepared, she bolted the door of her chamber, and opening her Bible, read, "If any man lack wisdom, let him ask of God, who giveth to all liberally, and upbraideth not, and it shall be given." And then, kneeling down by the bed, she asked that God would give her some immediate light in her present perplexity. So praying, her mind grew calm and steady, and she rose up at the sound of the bell, which marked that it was time to set forward for church. Everybody noticed, as she came into the church that morning, how beautiful Mary Scudder looked. It was no longer the beauty of the carved statue, the pale alabaster shrine, the sainted Virgin, but a warm, bright, living light that spoke of some summer breath breathing within her soul. When she took her place in the singer's seat, she knew, without turning her head, that he was in his old place not far from her side, and those whose eyes followed her to the gallery marveled at her face, where the pure and eloquent blood spoke in her cheeks, and so divinely wrought that you might almost say her body thought, for 1,000 delicate nerves were becoming vital once more, as the holy mystery of womanhood wrought within her. When they rose to sing, the tune must needs be one which Mary and James had often sung together out of the same book at the singing school. One of those wild, pleading tunes dear to the heart of New England, born, if we may credit the report, in the rocky hollow of its mountains, and whose notes have a kind of grand and mournful triumph in their warbling wail. The different parts of the harmony, said contrary to all the canons of musical Pharisaism, had still a singular and romantic effect, which a true musical genius would not have failed to recognize. The 4 parts, tenor, treble, bass, and counter, as they were then called, rose and swelled and wildly mingled with the fitful strangeness of an Aeolian harp, or of winds in mountain hollows, or the vague moanings of the sea on lone, forsaken shores. And Mary, while her voice rose over the waves of the treble and trembled with a pathetic richness, felt to her inmost heart the deep accord of that other voice which came to meet hers, so wildly melancholy, as if the soul in that manly breast had come forth to meet her soul in the disembodied shadowy verity of eternity. That grand new tune, called by our fathers China, never, with its dirge-like melody, drew 2 souls more out of themselves and entwined them more nearly with each other. The last verse of the hymn spoke of the resurrection of the saints with Christ. Then let the last dread trumpet sound, and bid the dead arise. Awake, ye nations underground, ye saints, ascend the skies. And as Mary sang, she felt sublimely upborne with the idea that life is but a moment, and love is immortal, and seemed in a shadowy trance to feel herself and him past this mortal pain far over on the shores of that other life, ascending with Christ, all glorified, all tears wiped away, and with full permission to love and to be loved forever. and as she sang, the doctor looked upward and marveled at the light in her eyes and the rich bloom on her cheek. For where she stood, a sunbeam, streaming aslant through the dusty panes of the window, touched her head with a kind of glory, and the thought he then received outbreak.
Section 44 of The Minister's Wooing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Minister's Wooing by Harriet Beecher Stowe, Chapter 39. Our fathers believed in special answers to prayer. They were not stumbled by the objection about the inflexibility of the laws of nature, because they had the idea that when the Creator of the world promised to answer human prayers, he probably understood the laws of nature as well as they did. At any rate, the laws of nature were his affairs and not theirs. They were men very apt, as the Duke of Wellington said, to look to their marching orders, which, being found to read, "Be careful for nothing, but in everything by prayer and supplication let your requests be made known unto God," they did it. They looked unto him, and were likened, and their faces were not ashamed. One reads in the memoirs of Dr. Hopkins how Newport Gardner, one of his African catechumens, a negro of singular genius and ability, being desirous of his freedom, that he might be a missionary to Africa, and having long worked without being able to raise the amount required, was counselled by Dr. Hopkins that it might be a shorter way to seek his freedom from the Lord, by a day of solemn prayer and fasting. The historical fact is that on the evening of a day so consecrated, his master returned from church, called Newport to him, and presented him with his freedom. Is it not possible that he who made the world may have established laws for prayer as invariable as those for the sowing of seed and raising of grain? Is it not as legitimate a subject of inquiry, when petitions are not answered, which of these laws has been neglected? But be that as it may, certain it is that a train of events were set in operation this day which went directly towards answering Mary's morning supplication for guidance. Candace, who on this particular morning had contrived to place herself where she could see Mary and James in the singer's seat, had certain thoughts borne in on her mind, which bore fruit afterwards in a solemn and select conversation held with Miss Prissy at the end of the horse-shed by the meeting-house during the intermission between the morning and afternoon sermons. Candace sat on a fragment of a granite boulder which lay there, her black face relieved against a clump of yellow mulleins, then in majestic altitude. On her lap was spread a check pocket-handkerchief, containing rich slices of cheese and a store of her favourite brown doughnuts. "Now, Miss Prissy," she said, "there's reason in all things, and a good deal more in some things than there is in others. There's a good deal more reason in two young, handsome folk coming together than there is in—" Candace finished the sentence by an emphatic flourish of her doughnut. "Now, as long as everybody thought Massa Jim was dead, there warn't nothing in the world else to be done but for Miss Mary to marry the doctor. But, good Lord, I heard him a-talking to Mrs. Marvin last night. It kinder most broke my heart. Why, them poor two creatures, they's just as unhappy as they can be, and she's got too much feeling for the doctor to say a word. and I say he ought to be told on't. That's what I say," said Candace, giving a decisive bite to her doughnut. "I say so too," said Miss Prissy. "Why, I never had such feelings in my life as I did yesterday, when that young man came down to our house. He was just as pale as a cloth. I tried to say a word to Mrs. Scudder, but she snapped me up so. She's an awfully decided woman when her mind's made up. I was telling Ann Twitchell, she come round me this morn, that it didn't exactly seem to me right that things should go on as they're gone on to. And says I, Ann, I don't know anything about what to do. And she says, if I was you, Miss Prissy, I know what I'd do. I'd tell the doctor. Says she, nobody ever takes offence at anything you do, Miss Prissy. To be sure, added Miss Prissy, I have talked to people about a good many things, that it's rather strange I should, 'cause I ain't one somehow that can let things go that seem to want doing. I always told folks that I should spoil a novel before it got halfway through the first volume, by blurting out some of those things that they let trailing on, till everyone gets so mixed up they don't know what they're doing. Well now, honey, said Candace authoritatively, if you've got any notion of that kind, I think it must have come from the good Lord, and I advise ye to be tending to it right away. You just go along and tell the doctor yourself all you knows, and then let's see what'll come of it. I tell you I believes it'll be one of the best day's works you ever did in your life. Well, said Miss Prissy, I guess tonight, before I go to bed, I'll make a dive at him. When a thing's once out, it's out, and it can't be got in again, even if people don't like it. And that's a mercy, anyhow. It really makes me feel most wicked to think of it, for the doctor is a blessed man. That's what he is, said Candace. But then the blessedest man in the world ought for to know the truth, that's what I think. Yes, true enough, said Miss Prissy. I'll tell him anyway. Miss Prissy was as good as her word, for that evening when the doctor had retired to his study, she took her light in her hand, and walking softly as a cat, tapped rather timidly at the study door, which the doctor opening, said benignantly, Ah, Miss Prissy. If you please, sir, said Miss Prissy, I'd like a little conversation. The doctor was well enough used to such requests from the female members of his church, which generally were the prelude to some disclosures of internal difficulties or spiritual experiences. He therefore graciously motioned her to a chair. I thought I must come in, she began, busily twirling a bit of her Sunday gown. I thought, that is, I felt it my duty, I thought, perhaps I ought to tell you that perhaps you ought to know. The doctor looked civilly concerned. He did not know but Miss Prissy's wits were taking leave of her. He replied, however, with his usual honest stateliness, I trust, dear madam, that you will feel at perfect freedom to open to me any exercises of mind that you may have. It isn't about myself, said Prissy. If you please, it's about you, sir, and Mary. The doctor now looked awake in right earnest, and very much astonished beside, and he looked eagerly at Miss Prissy to have her go on. I don't know how you would view such a matter, said Miss Prissy, but the fact is that James Marvyn and Mary always did love each other since they were children. Still the doctor was unawakened to the real meaning of the words, and he answered simply, I should be far from wishing to interfere with so very natural and innocent a sentiment, which I make no doubt is all quite as it should be. No, but, said Miss Prissy, you don't understand what I mean. I mean that James Marvyn wanted to marry Mary, and that she was, well, she wasn't engaged to him, but— Madam, said the doctor, in a voice that frightened Miss Prissy out of her chair, while a blaze like sheet lightning shot from his eyes, and his face flushed crimson. "Mercy on us, Doctor, I hope you'll excuse me, but there, the fact is out. I've said it out. The fact is, they wasn't engaged, but that Mary loved him ever since he was a boy, as she never will and never can love any man again in this world, is what I'm just as sure of as that I'm standing here, and I felt you ought to know it, 'cause I'm quite sure that if he'd been alive, she'd never have given the promise she has, the promise that she means to keep if her heart breaks, and his too. There wouldn't anyone tell you, and I thought I must tell you, 'cause I thought you'd know what was right to do about it." During all this latter speech the doctor was standing with his back to Miss Prissy, and his face to the window, just as he did some time before, when Mrs. Scudder came to tell him of Mary's consent. He made a gesture backward, without speaking, that she should leave the apartment, and Miss Prissy left with a guilty kind of feeling, as if she had been plunging a knife into her pastor, and rushing distractedly across the entry into Mary's little bedroom, she bolted the door, threw herself on the bed, and began to cry. "Well, I've done it," she said to herself. "He's a very strong, hearty man," she soliloquized, "so I hope it won't put him in a consumption. Men do go in a consumption about such things, sometimes. I remember Abner Seaforth did, but then he was always narrow-chested, and had the liver complaint or something. I don't know what Mrs. Scudder will say, but I've done it. Poor man! Such a good man, too. I declare I feel just like Herod taking off John the Baptist's head. Well, well, it's done, and it can't be helped." Just at this moment Miss Prissy heard a gentle tap at the door, and started as if it had been a ghost. Not being able to rid herself of the impression that somehow she had committed a great crime, for which retribution was knocking at the door, it was Mary, who said, in her sweetest and most natural tones, "Miss Prissy, the doctor would like to see you." Mary was much astonished at the frightened, discomposed manner with which Miss Prissy received this announcement, and said, "I'm afraid I've waked you up out of sleep. I don't think there's the least hurry." Miss Prissy didn't either, but she reflected afterwards that she may as well get through with it at once, and therefore, smoothing her tumbled cap border, she went to the doctor's study. This time he was quite composed, and received her with a mournful gravity, and requested her to be seated. "I beg, madam," he said, "you will excuse the abruptness of my manner in our late interview. I was so little prepared for the communication you had to make that I was perhaps unsuitably discomposed. Will you allow me to ask whether you were requested by any of the parties to communicate to me what you did?" "No, sir," said Miss Prissy. "Have any of the parties ever communicated with you on the subject at all?" said the doctor. "No, sir," said Miss Prissy. "That is all," said the doctor. "I will not detain you. I am very much obliged to you, madam." He rose and opened the door for her to pass out, and Miss Section 45 of the Minister's Wooing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Minister's Wooing by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 40. When Miss Prissy left the room, the doctor sat down by the table and covered his face with his hands. He had a large, passionate, determined nature, and he had just come to one of those cruel crises in life, in the which it is apt to seem to us that the whole force of all our being, all that we can hope, or wish, or feel, has been suffered to gather itself into one great wave, only to break upon some cold rock of inevitable fate, and go back moaning into emptiness. In such hours men and women have cursed God and life, and thrown violently down and trampled under their feet what yet was left of life's blessings, in the fierce bitterness of despair. This or nothing, the soul shrieks in her frenzy. At just such points as these, men have plunged into intemperance and wild excess. They have gone to be shot down in battle. They have broken life and thrown it away like an empty goblet, and gone like wailing ghosts out into the dread unknown. The possibility of all this lay in that heart which has just received that stunning blow. Exercised and disciplined as he had been by years of sacrifice, by constant, unsleeping self-vigilance, there was rising there in that great heart an ocean tempest of passion, and for a while his cries unto God seemed as empty and as vague as the screams of birds tossed and buffeted in the clouds of mighty tempests. The will that he thought wholly subdued seemed to rise under him as a rebellious giant. A few hours before he thought himself established in an invincible submission to God that nothing could shake. Now he looked into himself as into a seething vortex of rebellion, and against all the passionate cries of his lower nature he could only, in the language of an old saint, cling to God by the naked force of his will. That will was as determined and firm as that of Aaron Burr. It rested unmelted amid the boiling sea of passion, waiting its hour of renewed sway. He walked the room for hours, and then sat down to his Bible, and wakened once or twice to find his head leaning on its pages, and his mind far gone in thoughts from which he woke with a bitter throb. Then he determined to set himself to some definite work, and taking his concordance, began busily tracing out and numbering all the proof texts for one of the chapters of his theological system, till at last he worked himself down to such calmness that he could pray, and then he schooled and reasoned himself in a style not unlike, in its spirit, to what a great modern author has addressed to suffering humanity. What is it that thou art fretting and self-tormenting about? Is it because thou art not happy? Who told thee that thou wast to be happy? Is there any ordinance of the universe that thou shouldst be happy? Art thou nothing but a vulture screaming for prey? Canst thou not do without happiness? Yea, thou canst do without happiness, and instead thereof find blessedness. The doctor came lastly to the conclusion that blessedness, which was all the portion his master had on earth, might do for him also, and therefore he kissed and blessed that silver dove of happiness, which he saw was weary of sailing in his clumsy old ark, and let it go out of his hand without a tear. He slept little that night, but when he came to breakfast, all noticed an unusual gentleness and benignity of manner, and Mary, she knew not why, saw tears rising in his eyes when he looked at her. After breakfast he requested Mrs. Scudder to step with him into his study, and Miss Prissy shook in her little shoes as she saw the matron entering,
The door was shut for a long time, and two voices could be heard in earnest conversation. Meanwhile, James Marvyn entered the cottage, prompt to remind Mary of her promise that she would talk with him again this morning. They had talked with each other but a few moments by the sweetbriar-shaded window in the best room, when Mrs. Scudder appeared at the door of the apartment, with traces of tears upon her cheeks. "Good morning, James," she said. "The doctor wishes to see you and Mary a moment together." Both looked sufficiently astounded, knowing from Mrs. Scudder's looks that something was impending. They followed Mrs. Scudder, scarcely feeling the ground they trod on. The doctor was sitting at his table, with his favourite large-print Bible open before him. He rose to receive them with a manner at once gentle and grave. There was a pause of some minutes, during which he sat with his head leaning on his hand. "You all know," he said, turning towards Mary, who sat very near him, "the near and dear relation in which I have been expected to stand towards this friend. I should not have been worthy of that relation if I had not felt in my heart the true love of a husband, as set forth in the New Testament, who should love his wife even as Christ loved the church and gave himself for it. And if in case any peril or danger threatened this dear soul, and I could not give myself for her, I had never been worthy the honour she has done me. For I take it wherever there is a cross or burden to be borne by one or the other, that the man who is made in the image of God, as to strength and endurance, should take it upon himself, and not lay it upon her that is weaker. For he is therefore strong, not that he may tyrannize over the weak, but bear their burdens for them, even as Christ for his church. I have just discovered," he added, looking kindly upon Mary, "that there is a great cross and burden which must come either on this dear child or on myself, through no fault of either of us, but through God's good providence, and therefore let me bear it." "Mary, my dear child," he said, "I will be to thee as a father, but I will not force thy heart." At this moment Mary, by a sudden impulsive movement, threw her arms around his neck and kissed him, and lay sobbing on his shoulder. "No, no," she said, "I will marry you as I said." "Not if I will not, dear," he said with a benign smile. "Come here, young man," he said with some authority to James. "I give thee this maiden to wife," and he lifted her from his shoulder and placed her gently in the arms of the young man, who, overawed and overcome, pressed her silently to his heart. "There, children, it is over," he said. "God bless you. Take her away," he added. "She will be more composed soon." Before James left, he grasped the doctor's hand in his and said, "Sir, this tells on my heart more than any sermon you ever preached. I shall never forget it. God bless you, sir." The doctor saw them slowly quit the apartment, and following them, Section 46 of The Minister's Wooing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Minister's Wooing by Harriet Beecher Stowe, Chapter 41. Of the events which followed this scene, we are happy to give our readers more minute and graphic details than we ourselves could furnish, by transcribing for their edification an autograph letter of Miss Prissy's, still preserved in a black oaken cabinet of our great-grandmother's, and with which we take no further liberties than the correction of a somewhat peculiar orthography. It is written to that sister Martha in Boston, of whom she has made such frequent mention, and who, it appears, it was her custom to keep posted up in all the gossip of her immediate sphere. My dear sister, you wonder, I suppose, why I haven't written you, but the fact is, I've been run just off my feet, and worked till the flesh aches so. It seems as if it would drop off my bones with this wedding of Mary Scudder's, and, after all, you'll be astonished to hear that she hadn't married the doctor, but that Jim Marvin that I told you about, who had such a wonderful escape from shipwreck. You see, he came home a week before the wedding was to be, and Mary, she was so conscientious, she thought 'tweren't right to break it off with the doctor, and so she was for going right on with it. And Mrs. Scudder, she was for going on more yet. And the poor young man, he couldn't get a word in edgeways, and there wouldn't be anybody tell the doctor a word about it. And there 'twas drifting along, and both of them feeling dreadfully, and so I thought to myself, I'll just take my life in my hand, like Queen Esther, and go in and tell the doctor all about it. And so I did. I'm scared to death always when I think of it. But that dear blessed man, he took it like a saint. He just gave her up as serene and calm as a psalm book, and called James in and told him to take her. Jim was fairly overcrowed. It really made him feel small, and he says he'll agree that there is more in the doctor's religion than most men's, which shows how important it is for professing Christians to bear testimony in their works. As I was telling Cerinthy Ann Twitchell, and she said there wasn't anything that made her want to be a Christian so much, if that was what religion would do for people. Well, you see, when this came out, it wanted just 3 days of the wedding, which was to be Thursday, and that wedding dress I told you about, that had lilies of the valley on a white ground, was pretty much made, except puffing the gauze round the neck, which I do with white satin piping cord, and it looks beautiful too. And so Mrs. Scudder and I, we were thinking 'twould do just as well, when in came Jim Marvin, bringing the sweetest thing you ever saw, that he had got in China, and I think I never did see anything lovelier. It was a white silk, as thick as a board, and so stiff that it would stand alone, and overshot with little fine dots of silver, so that it shone when you moved it, just like frostwork. And when I saw it, I just clapped my hands, and jumped up from the floor, and says I, if I have to sit up all night, that dress shall be made, and made well too. For you know, I thought I could get Miss Olladine Hokum to run the breadth and do such parts, so that I could devote myself to the fine work. And that Frenchwoman I told you about, she said she'd help, and she's a master hand for touching things up. There seems to be work provided for all kinds of people, and French people seem to have a gift in all sorts of dressy things, and 'tisn't a bad gift either. Well, as I was saying, we agreed that this was to be cut open with a train, and a petticoat of just the palest, sweetest, loveliest blue that you ever saw, and gauze puffings down the edgings each side, fastened in every once in a while with lilies of the valley, and 'twas cut square in the neck, with puffing and flowers to match, and then tight sleeves with full ruffles of that old Mechlin lace that you remember Mrs. Katy Scudder showed you once in that great camphorwood trunk. Well, you see, come to get all things together that were to be done, we concluded to put the wedding off till Tuesday, and Madame de Frontignac, she would dress the best room for it herself, and she spent nobody knows what time in going round and getting evergreens and making wreaths and putting up green boughs over the pictures, so that the room looked just like the Episcopal Church at Christmas. In fact, Mrs. Scudder said if it had been Christmas she wouldn't have felt it right, because it would have been like encouraging prelacy, but as it was, she didn't think anybody would think it any harm. Well, Tuesday night, I and Madame de Frontignac, we dressed Mary ourselves, and I tell you the dress fitted as if it 'twas grown on her, and Madame de Frontignac, she dressed her hair, and she had on a wreath of lilies of the valley, and a gauze veil that came almost down to her feet, and came all around her like a cloud, and you could see her white shining dress through it every time she moved, and she looked just as white as a snowberry, but there were 2 little pink spots that coming and going in her cheeks, that kind of lightened up when she smiled, and then faded down again, and the French lady put a string of real pearls round her neck, with a cross of pearls, which went down and lay hid in her bosom. She was mighty calm-like while she was being dressed, but just as I was putting in the last pin, she started, for she heard the rumbling of a coach downstairs, for Jim Marvin had got a real elegant carriage to carry her over to his father's in, and so she knew he was come. And pretty soon Mrs. Marvin came in the room, and when she saw Mary, her brown eyes kind of danced, and she lifted up both hands to see how beautiful she looked. And Jim Marvin, he was standing at the door, and they told him it wasn't proper that he should see till the time come, but he begged so hard that he might just have one peep that I let him come in, and he looked at her as if she was something he wouldn't dare to touch, and he said to me softly, says he, "I'm most afraid she's got wings somewhere that will fly away from me, or that I shall wake up and find it is a dream." Well, Cerinthy Ann Twitchell was the bridesmaid, and she came next with that young man she's engaged to. It is all out now that she is engaged, and she don't deny it. And Cerinthy, she looked handsomer than I ever saw her, in a white brocade with rosebuds on it, which I guess she got in reference to the future, for they say she is going to be married next month. Well, we all filled up the room pretty well, till Mrs. Scudder came in to tell us that the company were all together, and then they took hold of arms, and then they had a little time practising how they must stand, and Cerinthy Ann's beau would always get her on the wrong side, because he's rather bashful and don't know very well what he's about, and Cerinthy Ann declared she was afraid that she would laugh out in prayer time, because she always did laugh when she knew she mustn't. But finally Mrs. Scudder told us we must go in, and looked so reprovingly at Cerinthy that she had to hold her mouth with her pocket handkerchief. Well, the old doctor was standing there in the very silk gown that the ladies gave him to be married in himself, poor dear man, and he smiled kind of peaceful on them when they came in, and walked up to a kind of bower of evergreens and flowers that Madame de Frontignac had fixed up for them to stand in. Mary grew rather white, as if she was going to faint, but Jim Marvin stood up as firm and looked as proud and handsome as a prince, and he kind of looked down at her, 'cause, you know, he is a great deal taller, kind of wondering as if he wanted to know if it really was so. Well, when they all got placed, they let the door stand open, and Cato and Candace came and stood in the door, and Candace had on her great splendid Mogador turban, and a crimson and yellow shawl that she seemed to take comfort in wearing, although it was pretty hot, Well, so when they were all fixed, the doctor began his prayer, and as most of all us knew what a great sacrifice he had made, I don't believe there was a dry eye in the room. And when he had done, there was a great time, people blowing their noses and wiping their eyes, as if it had been a funeral. Then Corinthian, she pulled off Mary's glove pretty quick. But that poor beau of hers, he made such work of James's that he had to pull it off himself after all. And Corinthian, she liked to have laughed out loud. And so, when the doctor told him to join hands, Jim took hold of Mary's hand, as if he didn't mean to let go very soon. And so they were married, and I was the first one that kissed the bride after Mrs. Scudder. I got that promise out of Mary when I was making the dress. And Jim Marvin, he insisted on kissing me, "'cause," says he, "Miss Prissy, you are as young and handsome as any of them." And I told him he was a saucy young fellow, and I'd box his ears if I could reach 'em. That French lady looked lovely, dressed in pale pink silk, with long pink wreaths of flowers in her hair, and she came up and kissed Mary, and said something to her in French. And after a while old Candace came up, and Mary kissed her, and then Candace put her arms round Jim's neck, and gave him a real hearty smack, so that everybody laughed. And then the cake and the wine was passed around, and everybody had good times till we heard the 9 o'clock bell ring, and then came the coach up to the door, and Mrs. Scudder, she wrapped Mary up, kissing her and crying over her, while Mrs. Marvin stood stretching her arms out of the coach after her. And then Cato and Candace went after in the waggon behind, and so they all went off together, and that was the end of the wedding. And ever since then we hadn't any of us done much but rest, for we were pretty much tired out. So no more at present from your affectionate sister, Prissy. P.S. to Miss Prissy's letter. I forgot to tell you that Jim Marvin has come home quite rich. He fell in with a man in China who was at the head of one of their great merchant houses, whom he had nursed through a long fever and took care of his business. And so when he got well, nothing would do but he must have him for a partner. And now he is going to live in this country and attend to the business of the house here. They say he is going to build a house as grand as the Vernons, and we hope he has experienced religion, and he means to join our church, which is a providence, for he is twice as rich and generous as that old Simon Brown that snapped me up so about my wages. I never believed in him for all his talk. I was down to Mrs. Scudder's when the doctor examined Jim about his evidences. At first the doctor seemed a little anxious, 'cause he didn't talk in the regular way, for you know Jim always did have his own way of talking, never could say things in other people's words, and sometimes he makes folks laugh when he himself don't know what they laugh at, because he hits the nail on the head in some strange way they aren't expecting. If I was to have died, I couldn't help laughing at some things he said, and yet I don't think I ever felt more solemnized. He sat up there in a sort of grand, straightforward, noble way, and told us all the way the Lord had been leading of him, and all the exercises of his mind, and all about the dreadful shipwreck, and how he was saved, and the loving kindness of the Lord, till the doctor's spectacles got all blinded with tears, and he couldn't see the notes he made to examine him by, and we all cried, Miss Scudder and Mary and I. And as to Miss Marvin, she just sat with her hands clasped, looking into her son's eyes, like a picture of the Virgin Mary. And when Jim got through, there wasn't nothing to be heard for some minutes. And the doctor, he wiped his eyes and wiped his glasses, and looked over his papers, but he couldn't bring out a word. And at last says he, "Let us pray," for that was all there was to be said. For I think sometimes things so kind of fills folk up that there ain't nothing to be done but pray, which, the Lord be praised, we are privileged to do always. Between you and I, Martha, I could never understand all the distinctions our dear, blessed doctor sets up, and when he publishes his system, if I work my fingers to the bone, I mean to buy one and study it out, because he is such a blessed man, though after all's said, I have to come back to my old place and trust in the loving kindness of the Lord, who takes care of the sparrow on the housetop and all small lone creatures like me, though I can't say I'm alone either, because no one need say that so long as there's folks to be done for. So if I don't understand the doctor's theology, or don't get eyes to read it on account of the fine stitching on his shirt ruffles I've been trying to do, still I hope I may be accepted on account
Section 47 of the Minister's Wooing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Minister's Wooing by Harriet Beecher Stowe, Chapter 42. We know it is fashionable to drop the curtain over a new married pair as they recede from the altar, but we cannot but hope our readers may have by this time enough of interest in our little history to wish for a few words on the lot of the personages whose acquaintance they have thereby made. The conjectures of Miss Prissy in regard to the house which was to be built for the new married pair were as speedily as possible realized. On a beautiful elevation, a little out of the town of Newport, rose a fair and stately mansion, whose windows overlooked the harbour, and whose wide, cool rooms were adorned by the constant presence of the sweet face and form which had been the guiding star of our story. The fair poetic maiden, the seeress, the saint, has passed into that appointed shrine for women, more holy than cloister, more saintly and pure than church or altar, a Christian home. Priestess, wife and mother, there she ministers daily in holy works of household peace, and by faith and prayer love redeems from grossness and earthliness the common toils and wants of life. The gentle guiding force that led James Marvyn from the maxims and habits and ways of this world to the higher conception of an heroic and Christ-like manhood was still ever present with him, touching gently the springs of life, brooding peacefully with dove-like wings over his soul, and he grew up under it, noble in purpose and strong in spirit. He was one of the most energetic and fearless supporters of the doctor in his lifelong warfare against an inhumanity which was entrenched in all the mercantile interest of the day, and which at last fell before the force of conscience and moral appeal. Candace in time transferred her allegiance to the growing family of her young master and mistress, and predominated proudly in gorgeous raiment and butterfly turban over a rising race of young Marvyns. All the cares not needed by them were bestowed on the somewhat garrulous old age of Cato, whose never-failing cough furnished occupation for all her spare hours and thought. As for our friend the doctor, we trust our readers will appreciate the magnanimity with which he proved a real and disinterested love in a point where so many men experience only the graspings of a selfish one. A mind so severely trained as his, brought to a great crisis, involving severe self-denial, an amount of reserved moral force quite inexplicable to those less habituated to self-control. He was like a warrior whose sleep even was in armour, always ready to be roused to the conflict. In regard to his feelings for Mary, he made the sacrifice of himself to her happiness
so wholly and thoroughly that there was not a moment of weak hesitation, no going back over the past, no vain regret. Generous and brave souls find support in such actions, because the very exertion raises them to a higher and purer plane of existence. His diary records the event only in these very calm and temperate words. It was a trial to me, a very great trial, but as she did not deceive me, I shall never lose my friendship for her. The doctor was always a welcome inmate in the house of Mary and James, as a friend revered and dear, nor did he want in time a hearthstone of his own, where a bright and loving face made him daily welcome, for we find that he married at last a woman of fair countenance, and that sons and daughters grew up around him. In time, also, his theological system was published. In that day it was customary to dedicate new or important works to the patronage of some distinguished or powerful individual. The doctor had no earthly patron. 4 or 5 simple lines are found in the commencement of his work, in which, in a spirit reverential and affectionate, he dedicates it to our Lord Jesus Christ, praying him to accept the good and overrule the errors to his glory. Quite unexpectedly to himself, the work proved a success, not only in public acceptance and esteem, but even in a temporal view, bringing to him at last a modest competence, which he accepted with surprise and gratitude. To the last of a very long life he was the same steady, undiscouraged worker, the same calm witness against popular sins and proclaimer of unpopular truths, ever saying and doing what he saw to be eternally true and right, without the slightest consultation with worldly expediency or earthly gain. Nor did his words cease to work in New England till the evils he opposed were finally done away. Colonel Burr leaves the scene of our story to pursue those brilliant and unscrupulous political intrigues so well known to the historian of those times, and whose results were so disastrous to himself. His duel with the ill-fated Hamilton and the awful retribution of public opinion that followed, the slow downward course of a doomed life, are all on record, chased from society, pointed at everywhere by the finger of hatred, so accursed in common esteem that even the publican who lodged him for a night refused to accept his money when he knew his name. Heart-stricken in his domestic relation, his only daughter taken by pirates and dying in untold horrors, one seems to see in a doom so much above that of other men the power of his avenging nemesis for sins beyond those of ordinary humanity. But we who have learned of Christ may humbly hope that these crushing miseries in this life came not because he was a sinner above others, not in wrath alone, but that the prayers of the sweet saint who gave him to God even before his birth brought to him those friendly adversities that thus might be slain in his soul the evil demon of pride, which had been the opposing force to all that was noble within him. Nothing is more affecting than the account of the last hours of this man, whom a woman took in and cherished in his poverty and weakness, with that same heroic enthusiasm with which it was his lot to inspire so many women. This humble keeper of lodgings was told that if she retained Aaron Burr, all her other lodgers would leave. "Let them do it then," she said, "but he shall remain." In the same uncomplaining and inscrutable silence in which he had borne the reverses and miseries of his life, did this singular being pass through the shades of the dark valley. The New Testament was always under his pillow, and when alone he was often found reading it attentively. But of the result of that communion with higher powers he said nothing. Patient, gentle, and grateful he was. As to all his inner history, entirely silent and impenetrable. He died with the request, which has a touching significance, that he might be buried at the feet of those parents whose sainted lives had finished so differently from his own. No further seek his errors to disclose, or draw his frailties from their dread abode. Shortly after Mary's marriage, Madame de Frontignac sailed with her husband to France, where they lived in a very retired way on a large estate in the south of France. A close correspondence was kept up between her and Mary for many years, from which we shall give our readers a few extracts. The first is dated shortly after their return to France. At last, my sweet Marie, you behold us in peace after our wanderings. I wish you could see our lovely nest in the hills, which overlooks the Mediterranean, whose blue waters remind me of Newport Harbour and our old days there. Ah, my sweet saint, blessed was the day I first learned to know you, for it was you more than anything else that kept me back from sin and misery. I call you my Sibyl, dearest, because the Sibyl was a prophetess of divine things out of the church, and so are you. The Abbé says that all true devout persons in all persuasions belong to the true Catholic Apostolic Church, and will in the end be enlightened to know it. What do you think of that, ma belle? I fancy I see you look at me with your grave, innocent eyes, just as you used to, but you say nothing. I am far happier, ma Marie, than I ever thought I could be. I took your advice and told my husband all I had felt and suffered. It was a very hard thing to do, but I felt how true it was. As you said, there could be no real friendship without perfect truth at bottom. So I told him all, and he was very good and noble and helpful to me, and since then he has been so gentle and patient and thoughtful that no mother could be kinder, and I should be a very bad woman if I did not love him truly and dearly. I do. I must confess that there is still a weak bleeding place in my heart that aches yet, but I try to bear it bravely, and when I am tempted to think myself very miserable, I remember how patiently you used to go about your housework and spinning in those sad days when you thought your heart was drowned in the sea, and I try to do like you. I have many duties to my servants and tenants, and mean to be a good chatelaine, and I find when I nurse the sick and comfort the poor that my sorrows seem lighter. For after all, Mary, I have lost nothing that was ever mine, only my foolish heart has grown to something that it should not, and bleeds at being torn away. Nobody but Christ and his dear mother can tell what this sorrow is, but they know, and that is enough. The next letter is dated some 3 years after. You see me now, my Marie, a proud and happy woman. I was truly envious when you wrote me of the birth of your little son, but now the dear good God has sent me a sweet little angel to me, to comfort my sorrows and lie close to my heart, and since he came all pain is gone. Ah, if you could see him! He has black eyes and lashes like silk, and such little hands. Even his fingernails are all perfect, like little gems. And when he puts his little hand on my bosom, I tremble with joy. Since he came, I pray always, and the good God seems very near to me. Now I realize, as I never did before, the sublime thought that God revealed himself in the infant Jesus, and I bow before the manger of Bethlehem, where the holy babe was laid. What comfort, what adorable condescension for us mothers in that scene! My husband is so moved he can scarce stay an hour from the cradle. He seems to look at me with a sort of awe, because I know how to care for this precious treasure that he adores without daring to touch. We are going to call him Henri, which is my husband's name, and that of his ancestors for many generations back. I vow for him an eternal friendship with the son of my little Marie, and I shall try and train him up to be a brave man and a true Christian. Ah, Marie, this gives me something to live for. My heart is full. A whole new life opens before me. Somewhat later, another letter announces the birth of a daughter, and later still, that of another son. But we shall only add one more, written some years after, on hearing of the great reverse of popular feeling towards Burr, subsequently to his duel with the ill-fated Hamilton. Ma chère Marie, your letter has filled me with grief. My noble Henri, who already begins to talk of himself as my protector. These boys feel their manhood so soon, ma Marie, saw by my face when I read your letter that something pained me, and he would not rest till I told him something about it. Ah, Marie, how thankful I then felt that I had nothing to blush for before my son. How thankful for those dear children whose little hands had healed all the morbid places of my heart, so that I could think of all the past without a pang. I told Henri that the letter brought bad news of an old friend, but that it pained me to speak of it, and you would have thought by the grave and tender way he talked to his mamma that the boy was an experienced man of 40, to say the least. But, Marie, how unjust is the world, how unjust both in praise and blame. Poor Burr was the petted child of society. Yesterday she doted on him, flattered him, smiled on his faults, and let him do what he would without reproof. Today she flouts and scorns and scoffs him, and refuses to see the least good in him. I know that man, Mary, and I know that sinful as he may be before infinite purity, he is not so much worse than all the other men of his time. Have I not been in America? I know Jefferson. I knew poor Hamilton. Peace be with the dead. Neither of them had lives that could bear the sort of trial to which Burr's is subjected, when every secret fault, failing, and sin is dragged out and held up without mercy. What man can stand? But I know what irritates the world is that proud, disdainful calm which will neither give sigh nor tear. It was not he that killed poor Hamilton, but that he never seemed to care. Ah, there is that evil demon of his life, that cold, stoical pride which haunts him like a feint. But I know he does feel. I know he is not as hard of heart as he tries to be. I have seen too many real acts of pity to the unfortunate, of tenderness to the weak, of real love to his friends, to believe that. Great have been his sins against our sex, and God forgive that the mother of children should speak lightly of them. But is not so susceptible a temperament, and so singular a power to charm as he possessed, to be taken into account in estimating his temptations? Because he is a sinning man, it does not follow that he is a demon. If any should have cause to think bitterly of him, I should. He trifled inexcusably with my deepest feelings. He caused me years of conflict and anguish, such as he little knows. I was almost shipwrecked, yet I will still say to the last that what I loved in him was a better self, something really noble and good, however concealed and perverted by pride, ambition, and self-will. Though all the world reject him, I still have faith in his better nature, and prayers that he may be led right at last. There is at least one heart that will always intercede with God for him. It is well known that for many years after Burr's death, the odium that covered his name was so great that no monument was erected, lest it should become a mark for popular violence. Subsequently, however, in a mysterious manner, a plain granite slab marked his grave. By whom erected has never been known. It was placed in the night by some friendly unknown hand. A labourer in the vicinity who first discovered it found lying near the spot a small porte-monnaie which had perhaps been used in paying for the workmanship, but it contained no papers that could throw any light on the subject, except the fragment of the address of a letter, on which was written Henri de Frontignac.